This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, March 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The Byron It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, March 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The Byron woman who shot her 4 children, then herself last month, had both ketamine, a drug for post-traumatic stress disorder and depression, and clonazepam, an anti-anxiety drug, in her system. The Bighorn County Coroner's Office released relevant toxicology results and other details to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Thursday regarding 32-year-old Tranielle Harshman's death.
I knew from talking to Tranielle Harshman's husband last month that there would be ketamine in her system, which can be used to treat post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. The other one, the anxiety med, I learned about this morning when the coroner's office got me basically an investigative summary. It's a list of things that coroners have to make public by law after they finish an investigation. Ketamine's dissociative, right? So it's been used so that soldiers who are wounded in battle can stay awake and rational while not processing their pain. Under its influence, people might remove themselves from the situation. And then the clonazepam, one of the warnings on it is if you have suicidal thoughts, contact your doctor.
Harshman suffered what has been described as a mental health break February 10th at her home in Byron. She shot her 4 daughters, then she shot herself. 3 of the girls died on scene, and another one died in a hospital in Utah 6 days later. One of the wolves that was transplanted from British Columbia, Canada to Colorado in January was killed Friday after apparently killing sheep on private property in north-central Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that 5 adult sheep were killed, and after the wolf was removed from the population by USDA Wildlife Services, it was discovered that it had a collar from Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
So this wolf made quite a journey. It was brought in, captured in British Columbia, brought down to Colorado for reintroduction. At some point between January and Friday, made its way all the way up into north central Wyoming. If I could put a shout out over the newscast, Wendy, if you are the rancher who lost those sheep, please get in touch with us. I would love to talk to you and get your story.
Colorado wolf reintroduction began in late 2023 with the release of wolves brought in from Oregon. A spokesperson for CPW noted that wolves are known to travel long distances to find food or mates, including into other states. President Donald Trump signed an order Thursday to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education. Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder was among a hand-picked group of state leaders in attendance. Trump told the crowd of attendees at his Thursday afternoon press conference that the executive order depletes the department as much as legally possible. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Trump has long promised to return education decision-making to the states, something Degenfelder has said she supports.
In her view, it's going to be the elimination of bureaucracy and red tape. And she takes Trump at his word when he says the states will still be receiving vital funding for things like special needs, disability services. She told me that she went not just to represent Wyoming, but also just to show that many of the states are in support of this.
Degenfelder said Trump is fulfilling his longtime campaign promise and recognizing a premise of efficiency and localized governance that the federal government has not acknowledged prior. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A former Wyoming man who had moved to Alabama has been busted for illegally killing a deer 26 years after the fact and after dodging a bench warrant for 24 years. 53-year-old Kenny Craig was arrested in March 2024 on a bench warrant that had been issued in February of 2000. Some retired Wyoming game wardens told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that sort of thing occasionally happens.
I reached out to a couple retired Wyoming game and fish wardens and said, oh yeah, that does happen. One guy said that in 1993, he saw a guy, ice fisherman, pulling huge lake trout out of Flaming Gorge while his buddy filmed it, found out the guy had been fishing without a license, confiscated the videotape, took all that in as evidence, cited the guy, and he says, to this day, I still have that videotape. They never did find the guy because he skipped out.
However, Hines reports that there is no statute of limitations on game violations, so all those old warrants are still active. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
Well, we're going to wrap up the week with a windy, cool day across the Cowboy State. A couple of scattered snow showers will be found over Wyoming's mountain ranges. Otherwise, it's just going to be a typical windy March day. Average temperatures this time of year are right around the 40s to around 50 or so. And that's about where we're going to be. As we head into the weekend, temperatures will hold steady. The winds will be gusty as another Pacific front will come in during the day Saturday. Saturday is the day where there's a good chance of snow in the mountains. And during the day Saturday through early Saturday night, scattered rain and snow showers will be found across the plains. We're not expecting anything heavy, but shower activity, mountains and plains Saturday through Saturday evening likely. Will be windy and a little cooler on Sunday, but good news for you spring lovers. Temperatures will be rebounding and high pressure will move in for the start of next week.
That button's a little touchy. My music bed. Good morning, everybody. My name is John Baggett. My friends call me Bags. Welcome, Colorado State Daily Radio, the Saturday version of it. I'd like to thank Jimmy Orr and Jake and Scott and everybody else involved for giving me this opportunity to talk to you on Saturday mornings. Brand new show, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Make sure I'm not too loud here with my bumper music. So I'm going to pot that down. That thing is touchy. Go near it. It's going to... So now hopefully you can hear me okay. And again, let me introduce myself. First show, Saturday, March 22nd, launching the John Baggett, a.k.a. Bags, morning show, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. So you got Jake Nichols during the week and Bags on Saturday. So thanks for joining me. And I'm excited about this opportunity. Again, thanks to the Cowboy State Daily crew for having that confidence in me and giving me a shot at doing this on Saturdays on the weekend. It's a great, wrap-up kind of show, the week and all the activity and news. And, wrap up the conversation and see what else we can come up with. Going to do some interviews. Got one lined up later today. And some of the thoughts and opinions that I have, and hopefully with this show, I'll be doing some entertaining, interesting, occasionally humorous. I guess you'll be the judge of that. That kind of programming here on Cowboy State Daily. And because it's a Saturday, and now hear me out, I want to maybe lighten things up a little bit. Focus sometimes on, maybe sports, local sports, state, Wyoming sports, national, whatever's topical, right? And then let's talk about some of the events going on out there, entertainment-wise. Who's in concert and where are they in concert? Now, I should let you know, I'm here in Sheridan, Wyoming. I'm in a room that we converted into an office space. I don't know if you can tell, but it's a work in progress to transition into a studio. You can see here, I got this box here where I was keeping my headphones in gear. I'll move that at the very least. But we converted this into a studio, and it is digital streaming radio, which we'll get into a little bit later. My background is good old-fashioned broadcast radio. So this is an old dog learning a new trick, so bear with me, would you please? But anyway, we'll talk about events and entertainment, who's in concert and where, who's in the money at like Frontier Days, and who's on stage at local theaters at our high schools. And here in Sheridan, we have the historic Wyo Theater and many, many great shows, plays, live music at the Wyo Theater on Main Street here in Sheridan. And let's see, what are our schools up to? I do want to touch on that. Who's playing good ball and how our academics are going. I do want to focus somewhat on our schools because that seems to be a pretty good topic these days. And what else will we be doing here? We will do some politics. I don't want to live there. We will focus when it's unavoidable, and it is the elephant in the room, so to speak. That there's a story out there that is the topic of the day that is related to politics. My thought is that politics gets plenty of coverage during the week, ad nauseum at times, right? And but now it's Saturday, it's the weekend. I figure we could probably use a little break, but again, at times politics will be the topic that everybody's talking about, and we'll certainly address it when it is here on Cowboy State Daily Radio, Saturday version with John Baggett, or Bags. And I should mention, too, that you can get a hold of me a few different ways. We've got an assigned exclusive number here into the studio. It's a text line and a call-in line, 307-278-9598, 307-278-9598. And we have a designated email address at wyomingbags307@gmail.com. So it's wyomingbags307, and bags has 2 G's and an S. So wyomingbags307@gmail.com. That's the email in there into the studio, so to speak. My goal, again, really is not to focus too much on politics, but somewhat it will. And it's, likely at some point, my leanings in politics, you'll figure that out. But, and of course, you folks that know me well already know my politics, and I won't try to hide it. But, again, I'm not planning on dwelling on it or pushing it that way either. This show, a key to it will be your participation. All right? Can you imagine me 4 hours? Again, back to those who know me well. Imagine me with 4 hours talking. That could get boring and be an audience killer very quickly. I have a little coffee here. Hopefully you are too, and you're relaxed. So again, you can call in, you can text, let me know what you're thinking. Send in an email. And again, that's Wyoming Bags 307 at gmail.com. So audience participation will be very, very important. Okay. First thing I should do before, unless you already caught one, before the next error occurs is time for full disclosure. So as I mentioned, my media background is almost entirely broadcast radio. And I'll get into details on my radio background a little bit later. So this hour, this show, I'm really just trying to introduce myself. So it's going to become obvious to some that this streaming radio technology is new to me. So it's going to be, to say the least, an adjustment. Why is that? Well, what I'm used to is a radio studio with an old-fashioned board that sends a signal to a transmitter that goes up the tower and is broadcast. And yeah, sure, you can stream those on a website like we're doing now. But it's primarily a broadcast studio, that's at a radio station. Well, here I am. I'm in an office that we've converted in our home in Sheridan, Wyoming. And Scott and Jimmy and Jake have been working with me and teach me how to use and how to produce talk radio from a digital streaming format. And it's, to say the least, it's been an adjustment. And hopefully if you're listening out there, you can hear me well and it sounds okay. At some point I'll redirect the camera so that you can see what I'm working with here and what how different that is from the usual broadcast radio format. Now, here's a big difference. You can see me. You can see me. Man, we have a ancient old radio adage that says that I, you, me, us, we have a face for radio. That's the joke being that most of us are ugly, oily folks that people don't want to look at. But now it's both. Now you can see and hear me. So I will be adjusting to that fact, the fact that I got to be careful about where I scratch, picking my nose. I'm glad to know that we do have a cough button right here. So when I do cough, if I'm quick enough, I can turn it off and you don't have to hear it. Okay. So that's, digital streaming includes being able to watch and listen at the same time. So what I'm asking for, I guess, here in my full disclosure moment is for a little grace with me as I learn and adjust to this new format and this all new computerized, state-of-the-art streaming radio equipment. Later on today, I set up an interview and just in the process of trying to learn how to get a Zoom call up and on the screen so you can both watch and hear it with me. That'll be a challenge, and if I fail miserably, I'm asking for just a little bit of grace here as I adjust. So here, what time is it? It's 6:18 in the morning on Saturday, March 22nd. You heard the forecast, Dawn Day forecast, and looks like we're in for a little bit of weather here. Now, I'm in Sheridan, and I just stepped outside a little earlier, and it isn't raining or snowing here in town at the moment, at least where I'm at in town. But we are expecting some rain and snow. And I do know that we have high wind warnings for other parts of the state. And see, I just bumped the Rodecaster Pro mixing board here, and the music went off. Good thing I had it potted down. I'm just showing you some of the errors that you're going to encounter here as I adjust to this new format of streaming radio. But yeah, we are expecting some snow, hopefully not a whole lot, rain and snow, because the temperatures, like right now here in Sheridan, it's 30 degrees. Let's see. And we'll do a Don Day forecast coming up here in a little bit. I should mention that now I get to see Don Day. For many, many years, I listened to Don Day. Now I can see him, and you know what? For a radio guy, Don is a pretty good-looking guy. Not bad. All right, so we do have a commercial break coming up here. That will be an adventure in getting in and out of our first break here, so stand by for that. And when we do come back, I'm going to give you a little bio about myself. I guess that's appropriate, the first hour or the first show here on Cowboy State Daily Radio, Saturday edition with your buddy Bags. And I go by Bags. My dad was Bags. My brothers are Bags. The Bags were all Bagses at some point. Dad was his big Bags, and then Bags, and then little Bags. So it's okay to call me Bags. Everybody else does. My wife calls me Bags, but only when I haven't responded to John. Okay? Okay. All right. Well, what time we have here? Okay, we're close to our very first commercial break. And again, it's me learning this old dog learning a new trick. So you're going to bear with me, and let's check into this commercial cluster and see what we have.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check NHTSA.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
All right, first commercial break. In and out, we're still here. Your buddy Bags. John Baggett, Colorado State Daily Radio, streaming radio, Saturday morning edition. Hope Jake's off somewhere having a good time or getting ready to have a good time. He's earned it. Reset. This is a reset. This is John Baggett, and I'm at 307-278-9598. That's that studio line for texting or calling. And if I don't get to your calls or text right away, that's because I'm challenged with the technology and I'm still learning it, how to get those up without throwing me off. And it's early in the morning and a little froggy. Okay, so potting that down. And we do have a designated email address too, wyomingbags307@gmail.com. And in Bags, I use 2 G's and an S. So wyomingbags307@gmail.com. We talked earlier about how fresh I am, fresh and new at the digital streaming format in radio. So I'm going to give now, I hope this isn't just as boring as can be, but it's a bio on me. Again, we're launching a new show. It's a new guy on the air or streaming. So I thought I'd better introduce myself, tell you who I am a little bit. Okay, I won't reveal everything. Probably some things are better left unsaid. Trust me, after a 42-year radio career. So I've lived in Wyoming, 76. So we're 1976. So 49 years. 49 years this summer. I should do something on the 50th anniversary, something very Wyoming. Maybe we can talk about that. What would you do? But my family moved from Miami, Florida to Wheatland, Wyoming in 1976. Yeah. And I was 15 years old. And my dad had, he'd always, we'd been hunting out here a few times growing up, hunting and fishing. And I remember many, many, many times Dad standing in the middle of nowhere. In fact, vividly, I remember him standing on a hillside near Arvada, Wyoming. That's not too far from here. It's about 40 minutes away. And the owner of the ranch was standing next to him, and my dad asked him, he said, how much land do you own? And the gentleman, whose name I absolutely remember, but I'm going to keep that to myself. Maybe I'll mention it. Maybe I'll talk to his family first. But anyway, he waves his hand and goes, as far as you can see. And that impressed my dad, impressed me too. I think I wasn't able to hunt yet that year, but I was like 10 or 11. And we did come back when I was 12 as well, my first deer actual hunting trip. But anyway, that impressed Dad. And I remember from that point on, now again, I'm 11 years old, we'll say, and Dad's already talking about moving to Wyoming from Miami. Now, he grew up in upstate New York, and that's where I was born, Oswego, right on the lake. And we moved to Miami when I was 1 year old, and we lived there pretty much in the same home for the next 14, 15 years. And then I remember Dad coming home one day. He was gone for a while. I think he probably told us where he was going, but he came back from a trip and said, we're moving to Wyoming. And it was Wheatland, Wyoming. 1976, all kinds of turmoil going on in Miami. I remember at the time they had the busing issues, and my dad was an administrator with the Dade County school system, and he was dealing with a lot of that turmoil, and there was riots, and anyway, it was tumultuous time in that part of the world, and my dad decided he wanted out, and Wyoming had made such a big impression on him that he decided to move his family out here. Thank God he did. And so my dad and I, John Sr., same name, and I should emphasize, because I'm sure he doesn't want you to think it's him doing this on the streaming radio, Cowboy State Daily radio show. So John Sr. he's probably up and around. He exercises most days, but he still lives here with my stepmother, and I have step sisters, and anyway, my dad drove Gran Torino. Him and I alone, just him and I drove from Miami. The rest of the family stayed back in Miami. I guess we were still trying to sell the house, or we were still packing the furniture. And we arrived in Wheatland after a few days. I remember the experience there on I-25 is the Laramie exit, but that's highway that goes into Sabile Canyon. 34, that's the highway number, right? Anyway, I remember we got there about 11 o'clock midnight, and we were above Wheatland looking down in the valley, and there's the dad says, "That's Wheatland. That's where we're living." I'd never been to Wheatland. I'd been to Gillette. I'd been to Buffalo, of course, Arvada, Claremont, but those were the only places, because my grandfather knew a landowner out there in Arvada, as I mentioned earlier, but never been anywhere close to Wheatland. And there was looking to the west was the start of Wheatland that way, and the end of Wheatland there to the east, and it was the night lights of Wheatland. And I remember going into tears and saying out loud to Dad, "What have we done?" Right? Yeah, there's a lot more to it. So incredible experiences, even that the next day meeting, 3 ladies whose names I know well, and some of whom I'm still friends with to this day, coming to greet me at this little rental place where Dad and I were. Anyway, it was Johnny Come Lately, the new kid in town, and they wanted to welcome him to Wheatland, I guess. So I blame some of my oddness, my character, my personality, some of my character flaws on that era of my life, and the timing and the culture shock that hit me in 1976. It was a couple weeks before school started, so it's had to be late August, right? Hot, Wheatland, wind blowing. And, I think, too, also that it was a God thing for me. You think about a 15-year-old kid on South Beach in flip-flops, sneaking away from school, getting on the metro bus and hanging out at the beach and doing what 15-year-old boys want to do in South Florida. And like I said, kind of a God thing that I end up right then in Wheatland. I become a Wyomingite right then. And so no more Miami trouble. I managed to find my own trouble in Wheatland, as you can imagine, the Wheatland fun. But what happened was I got put to work immediately. What do I mean by that? Well, it was within a few weeks even. I was helping out on friends. One of my very good friends, Flint Shoup, his family, the Shoups, had a farm. They were ranchers, and next thing I know, I'm helping build fence, and stack hay and, cleaning out stalls and building Quonset huts and all that stuff that has to be done on a ranch or a farm. But immediately I was transitioned into that lifestyle, and I'm forever grateful for the people who did that. A lot of folks in Wheatland, great people, they took me under their wing, many of whom are not only friends, but best friends still to this day. And I can't thank them enough. I mean, they taught me, well, I did know how to hunt or at least fire a rifle. But I pretty much every season I was out in the field, whether it was bird hunting or shooting prairie dogs or out, deer hunting and antelope hunting, etc. All those things that we do for fun in Wyoming, I started doing, and it was the very kind folks, the very generous people of Wheatland, Wyoming, that turned me into a wannabe. Here it goes. I mean, I have friends that are real cowboys, so I know that I am not. You'll never see me with a big trophy belt buckle on, because I know what a belt buckle means and how it was earned. But I do wear a cowboy hat and cowboy boots and Wranglers, and I do love rodeo. I don't like rodeo. I love rodeo. I am a huge rodeo fan. I kind of messed around with the idea of being a bulldogger because I was big. And somebody, Les Gore was his name, he tried to turn me into a bulldogger, but I was afraid of getting off the horse. I frustrated him because of that, and and a lot of other things too, with me learning how to drive the combine and the tractor, etc. But those are stories for later. But anyway, so that was Wheatland, and we were there for 4 years. I went off to school, and the same year I graduated, my dad got the job so he was a guidance counselor and an assistant coach in Wheatland, and then he became the principal, John Sr. did, at Bighorn High School here in Bighorn Mountain Country. And so the family moved to Bighorn, Wyoming. We had lived in a little house right behind the school for a while. And so I was here. I was going to school at Sheridan College for a little while. And then I landed my first radio job here in Sheridan. I'll get into the whole radio lineup. I was here till 1980. I lived here till 1984, lived and worked here, went to school here in Sheridan till 1984, and then I went off to Laramie. We do have another commercial break coming up, but not quite yet. So I remember driving on I-90 headed towards Buffalo, and Sheridan is in my rearview mirror, and I remember distinctly saying out loud, "I will be back." I loved Sheridan. I absolutely, I don't know if I would say it was a contrast to Wheatland, which it kind of is. You know what I'm talking about. But it made some good friends here. Got my first opportunity in my career thanks to some good people at KROE Radio here in Sheridan, but also just the beauty of the Bighorns. So much of the lifestyle here in Sheridan is built around the Bighorn Mountains and the outdoor lifestyle with the hunting, fishing, hiking, skiing. I learned to ski at Antelope Butte. It's about 45 minutes up the road, up Highway 14. And there you are at Antelope Butte ski area. I learned to ski there. I had a friend there, Larry. I'll spare the last name. And he was working the lifts up there. So I remember kind of sneaking on. I didn't have a lift ticket. And him and a couple other guys who knew how to ski took me, and I'd never been on skis before, not even close, took me right to the top. Not an easy run, the hardest run that Antelope Butte had to offer. That's where we went on my first time, and they got off, and as they skied away, laughing their rear ends off, they said, "Good luck, Bags." And it probably took me about 45 minutes to get down that hill. And that was my first ski experience. So I love Antelope Butte because of that. It was my first experience with skiing here. And again, one of the reasons I loved Sheridan so much, we did a lot of snowmobiling. We have family here that had a cabin up in the mountains and with horses, and did a lot of horseback riding with them. So that was tough to leave Sheridan in 1984. But as I said, I knew even at that time that I would be back. And eventually that came to be, which is great news. I'll tell you a little bit about that too a little bit later. Again, my name is John Baggett. My friends call me Bags, and I'm doing kind of an introduction here. First Saturday, Cowboy State Daily show. And so I'm just more or less introducing myself, giving an agenda for the show, what my plans are, which will be flexible. We'll see how this evolves. And so now I'm just kind of introducing myself so you know who I am, and maybe it'll help you understand my odd personality a little bit, explain things. But I do have another commercial break coming up. So we're going to take that break. We'll come back and we'll do a little bit more of my bio, my introduction of who your buddy Bags is and what the plans are for the show. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few moments here on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping, maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Did you hear that? That was error number 2 this morning. So what I did was I cut off the last commercial. I don't know, I think that was a promo, but I cut it off. So I turned on the mic. So as you're discovering along with me, I got a lot to learn about this new technology here, this streaming, digital streaming radio format. Your buddy Bags, a radio dinosaur. Broadcast veteran, streaming radio rookie. And I could feel the grace that you folks are giving me. I hope so anyway. And I did. I got up and prayed this morning. I said, Lord, help me with this technology. And at some point, I'll be confident enough. I'll get up. I'll take the camera that you can see me on with, and show you what this looks like as maybe compared to a broadcast radio studio that I'm used to doing. 42 years in that business, and again, I'll do a rundown for you. A lot of radio stations, call letters that you're going to recognize. Probably many of you folks. Now, one of the big differences here is this format is potentially worldwide. Anywhere Wi-Fi exists, somebody can pick up the Cowboy State Daily radio network, which is very cool. I've got, I'm going to tell you about my boys, but my boys are spread all over the world. I mean, that literally. And they can listen. They may be listening now. I invited them, but they also might be rolling their eyes and falling over backwards with embarrassment. But you're going to hear about them too. I'm very proud of my sons. They're doing great. I've been married 36 years. So I think 37 is coming up in June. Deb, we married in 1988 in Huber Heights, Ohio. That's where she's from. That's near Dayton, Ohio. Not Dayton, Wyoming, which is up the street here, about 15 miles away. Dayton, Ohio. So Huber Heights, her dad, Rod, was the mayor at the time when her and I were dating. We went there to visit, and he was celebrity. Everybody in town knew him, and everybody in town knew that Deb was bringing her, I'm doing quotes again, cowboy boyfriend from Wyoming with her to meet her family. And again, no, I'm not a cowboy, but I'm a wannabe. Anyway, so we got married in Dayton, Ohio in 1988. So we moved from Laramie. So Deb was a co-ed in Laramie. That's how I met her. So she was going to school, and she was the scorekeeper on a softball team that I was playing on. And she was the scorekeeper because she comes from a baseball family, big Cincinnati Reds fan. And that was a bonus because at that time, huge Cincinnati Reds fan. Still am. I like them, but of course I've transitioned to a Rockies fan. You'll see why. Many, many years working for the Rockies radio network. But anyway, so she was a Reds fan, and Johnny Baggett, I played catcher through high school, and Johnny Bench was my hero, and the Reds were the Big Red Machine era of my childhood, the best there was. As far as I'm concerned, I get in arguments with my friends all the time about the Yankees having the greatest lineups ever, and then I bring up the mid-'70s, early to mid-'70s Cincinnati Reds. That might be a good topic one of these days. I'm going to write that down. Let's argue greatest major league rosters of all time. We'll argue that. Discuss it. See, I don't think argument is a bad word. Some people do. I think argument just means a raucous discussion, and that's not a bad thing. So, again, Deb met Deb in Laramie, and she graduated from there. I think she graduated in 86, 87, University of Wyoming. And we moved together. Yes, now we are at that living in sin stage of our lives, much to the chagrin of her parents, who I was about to meet here in a little while. But anyway, so we moved to Cheyenne because of a radio job for me. So that's when, again, I'll get into the lineup here, but I went to work at KFBC, KFBQ, I think that's accurate, because the FM rock and roll station was Q98, where I met Jimmy Orr. We'll get into that. But anyway, so for that radio job, we moved to Cheyenne. We weren't there very long, maybe a year or so. And then it was Deb that got the job, a real job in Denver in the financial advisory world. And so us moving to Denver, or me moving to Denver, was actually just chasing the love of my life, who had a job and was leaving me to go to Denver to pursue her career. And so in there somewhere, I convinced her to marry me. Yes, and what an adventure, right? I mean, I guarantee you've got your stories on how life, how God, how it was laid out before you. And one time I thought everything was luck, or coincidence. I don't believe that at all, and haven't for a long time. Now I just think it's divine intervention in God's plan when you look back on it. So again, married, coming up on 37 years this summer, and we raised 2 boys. Both are really tremendous young men. Very, very proud of them. They're completely on their own. They're completely doing different things. They're different people. And as I mentioned earlier, they're spread all over the world. My oldest, Joseph, he's an Army captain. He commands an airborne, 82nd Airborne Company at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And, of course, Fort Bragg is now Fort Bragg again. So it was Fort Bragg, named after a Confederate general, Braxton Bragg. Then for political correctness, whatever reason, they changed it to Fort Liberty. Now, I didn't have a problem with it being Fort Liberty after I heard how it became Fort Liberty for a little while, but now it's back to Fort Bragg, but it's not Fort Bragg after Braxton Bragg, the Confederate general. There's another story. It's named after somebody else with the last name Bragg. Very interesting that they did that. Maybe we'll talk about that. But I do want to tell that Fort Liberty story because originally I was not happy. I like tradition. I like history. I'm a history buff. That's my passion. One of my passions is history, especially American history, especially Civil War history, especially World War II history, especially American history. So it was interesting. At first, like I said, I was annoyed with the name change. And then I heard why it became Fort Liberty, and it changed my mind a little bit. So I'll tell you about that at some point here. So as I was bragging about my sons, I'll get back to that. So that's my oldest. He's a Ranger tabbed, jump master, airborne captain, kicking indoors. Literally, that's what he does. And he jumps out of airplanes. And I can't tell you what he's doing right now, but, I get, images of him doing what he does every day, and the responsibility that he has as a company commander. I think he has 152 in his company the last time we spoke. And just the responsibility that he has as commander and as jump master is mind-boggling. And proud of his accomplishments, getting himself Ranger tabbed. So the thing is, Joseph, he didn't go into the Army until he was, he told me at 25 years old, he called me one day, and this is after he graduated from the University of Wyoming. In 4 years, he was captain of the rugby team. He had a house, a job. In fact, he was in media as well, and a girlfriend and a dog. And he had a life. And one day he calls me up and he says, "Dad, I want to serve my country." And at this point, I'm like, wait a minute. Just got you through 4 years of college. You got a job. What do you mean? And of course, I didn't understand. I'm not a military background person. So Then I said, what are you talking about? And he did. Then he explained what officer candidacy school was and that you had to have a college degree, and he did. And he meant it, and he did it, and he followed through with it, and he ended up at Fort Benning in Georgia for basic training. He finished that, and then he finished officer candidacy school, and then he went right into Ranger school, lost 32 pounds in the process of a 12-week process for him, and made it through, came out, of course, he was a second lieutenant at that point, and now he's a captain. In fact, he got his captain's bars while on deployment. He was in Qatar with some of the activities we had over there that involved, at the time of the Afghanistan fiasco, our exit from there. But he's now he's commanding a company in the 82nd Airborne. 655 here. Okay. So that's Joseph Rodney, and we call him JoJo, but we don't do that anywhere near any of his soldiers or the bases. And it's, you want an ego boost, something that boosts mine anyway, is I walk on a base, an Army base with my son, and because he's a captain, most of the people that we encounter are, under, their rank is beneath him, and watching and being with him as they salute him. That's, boy, that, I don't know what it does for Joseph, but man, I get fired up. I love it. I walk around with a smile half the time. It's like they're saluting me somehow. But yeah, I guess you could tell I'm proud of him. Now, Alexander, as I mentioned, my boys are quite different. He is an actor. He teaches theater, primarily Shakespeare. He teaches theater, acting, improv in the school system in Holland, in the Netherlands, primarily in Amsterdam. He lives in The Hague, about a 40-minute train ride, The Hague to Amsterdam, but he teaches high school kids acting and theater and so forth. He's also a musician, very good musician. In fact, his band at one time, great band, a band that I thought could have made it. What time we have here? Getting close. Okay. But most of the kids in the band or the young men in the band were actors from, Alex went to Denver School of the Arts in Denver, and they were actors, and they put a band together called Cluster Folk. Cluster, F-O-L-K, Cluster Folk. Funny name. I loved the name of the band. I thought they could have made it big. In fact, they did an LP. I think if you Google searched Cluster Folk, you could probably find it. But it was great music, and Alex wrote a lot, if not most of the songs, and he sang lead, and he played guitar and mandolin. He's an excellent musician, and we love having a musician in the family for get-togethers. Alex, did you bring your guitar? Anyway, so he's also a stand-up comedian. Yep, professionally a stand-up comedian. He does that in Holland, though. In Amsterdam, they do have English-speaking comedy clubs and theaters. A lot of people in the Netherlands speak English, and a lot of expats there, a lot of tourists, and so he does stand-up comedy. Alex, with us, it seems like he does stand-up comedy anyway. In fact, his last show we had over the holidays, we made him do some of the shows because we were driving from Fort Bragg down to Savannah, Georgia for family holidays over the Christmas and New Year's holiday. We made Alex do some of his stand-up routine for us in the car, in the rental. It was funny, very funny. He is a very funny, sarcastic, quippy, witty human being. And he's married, a beautiful Dutch woman. That's how he ended up in Holland, with meeting a a Dutch woman while he was in school. He was going to school in Chicago and met her, and boom, off he went. He was gone. He's been there now like 6 or 7 years in Holland, and he's doing extremely well. Very happy, and I'm very proud of him as well. In fact, he does a lot of commercials. In fact, you can see he did the Haynes commercials. They play here in the United States. He's done the Dutch Airlines commercials. He's done some soap operas there locally. He played a quippy, witty American bartender in a Dutch soap opera. Perfect. All right. Well, hey, listen, we do have to hit the top of the hour break here and get the news. It's a Saturday morning, Cowboy State Daily streaming radio with John Baggett, your buddy Bags. And we'll be back after our news break and some weather here on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, March 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A Rock Springs tow truck operator now hospitalized in Casper is just starting a weeks-long recovery after being hit by a pickup truck Wednesday on Interstate 80. Zach Crone is at Banner Wyoming Medical Center waiting on future surgeries and next steps as he recovers. That's what his wife Elizabeth told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland in a Thursday phone interview.
He's had a kidney removed. So there's some gut problems along with other fractures, shatters, gashes that they're going to be dealing with for a while. But his wife, Elizabeth, agreed Thursday to update the public. And she also said, please, if you see operators or stalled vehicles or anything like that, slow down and move over.
On Wednesday morning outside Wamsutter, Zach had been offloading lumber from a commercial truck trailer onto a nearby flatbed after a wreck that had happened the night before. Zach pivoted from the lumber trailer to start walking toward his truck so he could retrieve more straps when a red Ford pickup hurtled down a slope, lost control, and smashed him between the truck and trailer. Expansion of the Spring Creek mine in southeast Montana was recently approved by federal regulators, offering on-the-ground evidence of the President Donald Trump administration's push to ramp up the mining and burning of coal. Between 2010 and 2019, the Federal Energy Information Administration reports that 290 coal-fired plants closed and more were scheduled to close. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that times have changed.
Here you have an administration that will be on their side in more cases, perhaps, when it comes to extracting coal from the ground and tying things up less with regulations. That's also what concerns activists like the one I interviewed in Montana. They're feeling some whiplash because there's definitely been a reversal.
Trump's executive order issued in January titled Unleashing American Energy directs agencies to roll back National Environmental Policy Act regulations and streamline permitting processes. Well, for at least one of the two teens accused in the bow and arrow ambush death of a 23-year-old Big Piney man, the death penalty is no longer on the table. 18-year-old Orion Schlesinger pleaded not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental illness at his Thursday arraignment in Sublette County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Schlesinger is accused of conspiring to commit first-degree murder in the death of Dakota Farley on February 2nd.
The prosecutor, Clayton Milinkovich, said this is for a few reasons. I don't think a jury will go for it. And factor number 2 is there is still a statewide and in some places severe public defender shortage that would just really be exacerbated by a death penalty case right now.
19-year-old Rowan Littauer is accused alongside Schlesinger with first-degree murder and mutilation of a dead body. Court documents say the two men, after a personal grievance with Farley, walked more than a mile to his house the night of February 1st, walked into his home, and shot him as he emerged from a back room. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Well, it doesn't get much farther from the bright lights of Hollywood or the glitz and out-to-be-seen star power of Sundance, but Cody, Wyoming wants to break in as a destination for film festival junkies. The first Yellowstone Film Festival will show 78 films at Bighorn Cinemas in Cody from March 21st through the 28th. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that dozens of feature films, animated shorts, documentaries, and other projects from local and international filmmakers will be screened.
There's some eye-raising titles like When Santa Was a Communist, which is a comedy drama film about a theater troupe touring through war-torn Bosnia with a Christmas production. The whole idea is it's independent films that people in Northwest Wyoming might not get exposed to easily, and now they're being presented on the big screen for these people to take in and experience.
Festival founder Jacob Graham knows it'll take years to get the event to where he wants it to go, but his team is determined to keep going. Their goal is to use the Yellowstone Film Festival to bring more films to the screen for a week while building momentum for more full-scale productions in the future. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Well, we're going to wrap up the week with a windy, cool day across the Cowboy State. A couple of scattered snow showers will be found over Wyoming's mountain ranges. Otherwise, it's just going to be a typical windy March day. Average temperatures this time of year are right around the 40s to around 50 or so. And that's about where we're going to be. As we head into the weekend, temperatures will hold steady. The winds will be gusty as another Pacific front will come in during the day Saturday. Saturday is the day where there's a good chance of snow in the mountains. And during the day Saturday through early Saturday night, scattered rain and snow showers will be found across the plains. We're not expecting anything heavy, but shower activity, mountains and plains Saturday through Saturday evening likely. Will be windy and a little cooler on Sunday, but good news for you spring lovers. Temperatures will be rebounding and high pressure will move in for the start of next week.
Morning Froggy. Welcome back. Second hour of the first day of the John Baggett Cowboy State Daily radio show, Saturday's version. You're tuning in. First time you accidentally ran into me. Well, here I am. My name's John Baggett. I'm at my home studio in Sheridan, Wyoming. I have a designated call-in line at 307-278-9598, and you can text at that number as well, 307-278-9598, and we have a designated email address too with your wyomingbags307@gmail.com, wyomingbags307 gmail@gmail.com. Bags has 2 G's and an S in it, by the way. And last hour, we did an hour of pretty much just introducing your new Saturday host. That's me. And again, Bags, John Baggett, because Dad doesn't want you to think it's him. So there is a John Baggett Sr., and he's here in Sheridan as well. He doesn't want, and I don't want you to mistake him for me. That's happened here in Sheridan. Weren't you the principal out at Bighorn High School in the early 80s? I said, wait a minute. I'm old, but I'm not that old. Sorry, Dad, if you're listening. I get John Baggett, and we are in Sheridan, Wyoming. Don Day, the handsome Don Day, now that I've seen him here on a live stream, was talking about the some snow showers moving through Wyoming. High winds, high wind warnings through a lot of the middle of the state. Be careful if you're out there in a high-profile vehicle. Stay on the road between the lines, hands upon the wheel. And right now in Sheridan, it's maybe misting a little bit. We're supposed to get some rain, then snow. It's about 31 degrees right now. I think it's already snowing again up on the Bighorns. It just seems like when they say a little bit of snow, like 4 to 6 inches here in Sheridan this winter, it's turned into 10 to 12 inches of snow. I don't know about in your area, but that's been kind of the routine is 2 to 4 inches expected in Sheridan. We get 7, 8, 10 or more. And we're supposed to get a little bit today. It's spring. I see it here on the calendar. It's spring, and we're ready for it. We have a cabin up in the Bighorns, and they shut down the road to get to it. We call it red grade until April 1st. But a lot of times you still can't get up there on a wheeled vehicle. We go up there sometimes with on a side by side that has tracks on it in the winter, and that's the best. I love it up there in the winter. And in fact, where our cabin is, the elk like to bed down in and out of the weather there, so you're more likely to see elk in that the area around our cabin in the dead of winter. But I'm ready for spring as well. Yeah, let's go. It's good to go. Now, again, don't get me wrong. Thank you, Lord, for this moisture. Should be period. But after what we went through this past year, the fire season was unbelievable. Never experienced anything like it. We will maybe at some point do revisit the elk fire that we had here in the Bighorns this past year. 100,000 acres, right thereabouts, with 1,000 firefighters and including management and logistics. 1,000 every single day for a month, seeing slurry bombers and helicopters and just traffic in and out of town of firefighters. A great story Deb and I have is we were out at a little bar restaurant in Parkman, Wyoming, right at the border. And while we were there, a crew of Native American firefighters, I can't remember what they're called, dang it. But anyway, they came in while we were eating, and what would happen is they had turned that bar, the Parkman bar, into a staging area for supplies. So firefighters could go there, they could get something to eat, water, fruit, whatever else they needed. And so while we were sitting there having this great roasted chicken that they do, they're famous for, people drive 30, 40 miles to get chicken. Anyway, they had just inside, they had stacks and stacks, boxes of supplies that firefighters were allowed to help themselves to. And we were sitting there, and a crew of Native American firefighters from the Crow Reservation on the Montana side came in, and just the looks on their faces, I mean, it was like out of Hollywood, where they had the soot on their faces, the sweat, their clothes were a little bit beat up, and You could tell that they had just put in a day's work fighting fire, the elk fire, which destroyed 100,000 acres. And Deb and I now have driven through it a few times, and I'm still in awe of what happened and what it took to save. I don't want to exaggerate, but I think that folks around here would agree that if it wasn't for that concerted effort, that at least the town of Dayton and maybe Ranchester, those areas, it would have been devastated, much, much worse than the area was had it not, the firefighters hadn't come through and did what they did and kind of saved the day. They throw the word hero around, and then you see that. So anyway, point being, with the weather, when I see moisture now, I usually do anyway, but thank you, Lord, for providing the moisture. We need it, and hopefully the runoff will be slow and not rapid, so we don't have flooding, which tends to be the next stage. Could be, but we'll see. So anyway, that's my point, is that I didn't want to complain about the weather. Again, John Baggett, 307-278-9598, Cowboy State Daily Radio. I was, last hour, I was introducing myself as the new host on Saturday morning. Jake Nichols does weekdays, 6 to 10. Then I'll take over on Saturdays. And as I mentioned last hour, this has to be a class participation radio show. Otherwise, it could get very boring very fast. Now, I'm checking my phone here because I'm trying to get my son, who's in the Netherlands, to maybe chit-chat with his dad on his first show, but there's an 8-hour time difference, and he has a job. So I don't know if he's going to be able to do it, but I'm going to try. And not only that, it just the technology if you're just tuning in, I have a very long radio career, 42 years in the business. Started in 1981 here in Sheridan, and we'll get into that. The lineup of stations, a lot of those call letters you might recognize. But of course, that's all broadcast radio, and it's all studio soundboards and mixers. And now I'm using, digital equipment. If I wasn't afraid I would knock myself off the air here or off the stream, I would use the camera to show you what that looks like relative to a radio studio. So Jake and Scott and Jimmy, the guys at Cowboy State Daily, they've come up here, they've sat with me, they've Zoom called with me to show me the ropes. And here's how you do it, Bags. Here's how you get on the air. Here's how you stay on the air. Here's how you play the news. Here's how you play the commercials and the promos. And if you've been listening for a little while this morning, you know that I'm screwing it up big time. Not every time. And boy, I pat myself on the back when I am able to get in and out of the breaks. And hopefully some of the mistakes I've made, you can't tell, because I wasn't following the format exactly. So, all right. So what I did last hour, I did introduce myself, and I talked about my beautiful wife, Deborah, and my two sons, Joseph Rodney and Alexander Douglas Baggett, and where they are. One's Army Airborne Ranger Commander Jump Master at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. And the other one is an actor, teacher of Shakespeare, stand-up comedian in The Hague, the Netherlands. Both have beautiful women in their lives. One has a cat, one has a dog. And that's the Baggett bunch here. And me, I'm here in Sheridan, Wyoming, got a little office studio I love it. It's literally 20 feet from my bed. Got up this morning and took a cold shower. Was very concerned about this first show. And so I said, I better wake myself up. 4 hours of talk radio on a Saturday. And wasn't quite sure what I was going to talk about. I do know that I want to talk to Chris Verba. He's one of the administrators at the Sheridan Community Land Trust. That's something I'm very impressed with because it combines public and private landowners to give people like you and I, the public, access to these trails here in the Bighorn Mountain Country, Sheridan, Bighorn, Ranchester, Dayton, this area, Sheridan County. There's amazing, as you can imagine, trails, and a lot of them go through private land that the private landowners, these ranchers, farmers, landowners have donated to allow us access. So you get through these vistas, these trails that go through places that you would not be able to travel because it's private property, and we are able to hike or bike through those areas. So that's one of the things I wanted to talk about. I saw that they had put out, they were asking for a volunteer. They do have a volunteer day, and they were asking for volunteers. That's coming up on March 26th. The Sheridan Community Land Trust team will be out grooming the trails as they do. So I know a lot of them are covered with snow, so they'll have to pick the ones they can get to, I guess. But they do that. It's all volunteer, nonprofit organization, and Chris Verba will be on with me, hopefully next hour. That is, if your buddy Bags can figure out the Zoom call transition into the digital stream so that you can both see and hear him and I. Okay? We'll do that together. And again, with the phone calls and the text messages and the emails, at some point I will be able to get to those texts. I'm afraid at this point to hit a wrong button and look to see if I have any texts. But so there may be some there, and there may be an email. The wyomingbags307@gmail.com also comes through the system, but I have to be more proficient at the operation of this digital streaming equipment in order to get to it, and especially to get a call up and get it streaming on the air so that you can hear it. So, okay, so it is 7:22. After this break, this would be the 7:23 break. After this break, we're going to come back, and I am going to run down my radio background for you. Again, this is my first show, first day. You know, somebody rolling their eyes, go, geez, we got to hear all about this guy. Come on. Well, I figured this would be the time to do it, and maybe I get some credibility just based on longevity in the radio business. So I am going to do that, give you an idea of where I've been with my radio career, 42 years, and we'll do that right after this break here on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network on a Saturday with your buddy Bags.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, We'll crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
You know, the country has been in prolonged drought for so long, there's like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Boy, I brought in that bumper music a little loud, didn't I? Boom! There you go. It is 7:26 on a Saturday morning. Colorado. Oh, geez, that's terrible. That's a flashback. Yeah, that's a flashback. What's funny is I'm getting ready to do my radio rundown, and I looked at it. 32 years in Colorado radio. It's the Cowboy State Daily radio network. Good gosh. But I have to own it. But anyway, I was, before we went to the break, I was mentioning the fact that I have a vast radio career. Maybe it's hard to tell this morning, but I'm going to make the excuse that I'm new to this streaming technology and this equipment. So please bear with me. I show a little grace, if you don't mind. Thank you very much. So here we are in my little studio up in near Midland Road in Sheridan, Wyoming. We converted one of our bedrooms into an office studio. You can tell that it's a work in progress. Hopefully, Deb and I will have some time this weekend to, make it a little more presentable. But right now it's functional. I think you'll be able to tell me whether that's true or not from where you are, if you can hear it and the volume's okay. And we may have to make some adjustments. But my experience, most of the time I had in a studio, which meant that I had a producer and or a technical engineer or someone to help make me look good. And many times I would have a producer who would speak into my ear when I would be doing a story or trying to remember the name, a date or something. A producer sits in another room, the little producer's booth, and pushes a button that only his voice comes through the headphones. You wonder why do disc jockeys and so on, wear headphones. A lot of times it's just so they can hear the producer who fills in the gaps to make them look good or make me look good. So my experience with that for many, many years, that was, the advantage that I had, but not now. It's just me. I'm technical engineer, I'm producer, I'm executive producer, I'm host. And it's a bit of a challenge, but I started in radio, good old broadcast radio, in, let's see, I may have a text here. Okay, yeah, my wife just sent me a picture of what it looks like, me broadcasting, or streaming. Anyway, I thought, wow, I've got my first text. Oh, there's my wife. I love it. Thanks, sweetheart. Anyway, the radio thing started at KROE here in Sheridan. I had a internship as part of the communications program at Sheridan College, which I don't think they have that department anymore, but they did. And they arranged for an internship at KROE. I am forever grateful to Kim Love. He is well known here in these parts, and he started, it's Sheridan Media now. Back then it was Lovecom, and he gave me an opportunity, a nighttime gig. I would drive from the Kings Brothers Ranch, where I worked and lived in the bunkhouse and worked as a hand, into town, and then would sit behind a microphone from like 7 to midnight at night. And I had that contrast between, I don't even have to tell a lot of you folks out there how much work it is as a hand, a ranch hand, and stacking hay and building fence and whatever else had to be done, scooping horse dung and digging post holes, all that hard work, and then I'd drive into town and sit behind a microphone. Okay, I think that should explain, well, how did you decide that radio was the direction to go? That's what I did. Plus, I was doing a rock and roll show on the FM 94, I think it was then. And, some of the girls would say they heard me on the radio, and I like that. So that was the very, very humble beginnings, doing nights at the FM side of KROE, which, again, I appreciate that opportunity that was given to me in 1981. It was right before, actually it was 1980, it was the end of 80, because right after I started, within a few days, was when John Lennon was killed, was shot in New York. And I remember very distinctly and it happened while I was on the air, the AP or the UPI machines just going crazy. If you're old enough, in the olden days, that's how we got our news. Wasn't here digitally. I got my computer screen up here. This machine that was, I wish I had a sound effects here I could use. I have some, but I don't know how to get them to you yet. But anyway, the machine went off. There's a ding, a noise that would go off when something, emergency was afoot. And I went over there, tore it off, just like you've seen in the old movies, and looked at it, and it said, John Lennon has been shot. And then a little while later, I announced that on the air, played a Beatles song, and then a little while later said John Lennon was shot and killed. So that was, December 8th. So it must have been like December 1st, 1980 was my first show, my first radio experience. Kind of a sad, very sad memory. And at that time I had just more or less discovered the Beatles. And you're like, what, 1980? They were broke up, but, I was into the heaviest of rock and roll, the AC/DCs and the Black Sabbath and Led Zeppelin, and I was rocking out. And then, just doing the the music history and where Led Zeppelin came from. Eventually, you ended up with the Beatles, and I had started really listening and paying attention and understanding, and then and dreaming. There was always this fantasy a lot of us had of that era that the Beatles would get back together. That when's that going to happen? And it never did. And then when John Lennon was shot, we knew it never would, and it was devastating. The cool thing, there was a cool aspect to it. I remember this very well. I learned the power of radio and the power of media. So John Lennon gets killed, and people are talking about it all week. So during the week, during my show, I talked about, well, let's get together and celebrate John Lennon. And we did. So I said, let's meet at, I think it was a Friday, that following Friday afternoon. I said, let's meet at Kendrick Park, which is the city park here in Sheridan. And this Kendrick Park had a path, a road around it, and a band shell. And so I said, well, let's all meet there. We'll play Beatles songs, and we'll do a candlelight vigil. So I'm on the radio, rock and roll station, playing Beatles songs. And so I get there, and there's hundreds of people. Now, I don't know if my mind is exaggerating, but I feel like that we had upwards of 200 people showed up, and with candles. And then I remember somebody had a pickup truck with a good stereo in it, good speakers, and they put the speakers on the outside of the truck. And we played Beatles songs and walked behind that truck and walked around Kendrick Park. I don't know if there's anybody out there that remembers it or remembers it that way, but that's how I remember it. And we were all singing Beatles songs and John Lennon songs, and that was when reality hit me, that that media, that radio had that kind of impact, that people were listening. That was a little frightening. And that I could influence them, I guess. Hey, meet me at Kendrick Park on Friday at 6:00 or whatever it was. It was winter, and I remember it was dark. So, and they did, and that was my introduction to radio. At the same time, I was DJing. The brand new Holiday Inn here had a disco. The Brass Banjo Lounge. Brass Banjo Lounge was the name of the disco at the Holiday Inn Holidome in Sheridan. And I think I was the original, pretty sure, DJ there. So I was doing that too, part-time. So I had my two jobs in radio. Eventually I gave up the ranch hand job at King's Brothers Ranch. And just full time started doing it. So that was KROE in Sheridan. And from there it was KOWB KCGY in Laramie. Bob Beck, who was the news director here in Sheridan, got a job as the news director. Him and I are about the same age, and he was right out of college. And I think it was his first radio gig in Sheridan at KROE. He ended up being the news director at KOWB and KCGY in Laramie. And he called me up and said, hey, Bags, we've got a midday show and a production director position. You going to do this? You want to come down here? Are you for real in this radio business? And I thought I was, so I did. So I went to Laramie. And then over to KFBC, KFBQ, or Q98 in Cheyenne. That's where I met Jimmy Orr, by the way. I have some incredibly cool pictures of Jimmy Orr, who is the editor-in-chief here at Cowboy State Daily. One of the creators of Cowboy State Daily. Very proud of Jimmy, because he went on from our rock and roll radio gig on Q98 in Cheyenne to much bigger and better and credible things than I did. I went on just to goof off in radio for many, many more years. But Jimmy and I did a radio show, and we did all the rock and roll radio, shtick, the concert buses, the hosting events, doing the movie premieres. And at the time, my beautiful wife now of 37 years coming up on what was my girlfriend, and she took pictures. And so I have those. And again, when I am a little bit more proficient at the technology here, I'm going to put some of those up so that you can see what he and I looked like, thinner and with dark hair and no gray and just doing goofy radio stuff. So that was KFBC, KFBQ in Cheyenne, and then it was on to Denver. So I went to Denver primarily because my wife, we weren't married yet, but she got a job down there, and so I had to chase her down to Denver, and I went to work initially for about 6 months. I worked at Cruisin' 1150, KRZN. Chuck St. John gave me that opportunity, and one of the things that I love best about Cruisin' 1150, that's where I fell in love with the doo-wop format. I hosted the lunchtime doo-wop hour on Cruisin' 1150 every weekday. And so I was, listening to the Diamonds and to, some of it was Motown, but, the Platters, who else? Of course, Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. And what, that was a genre of music that I didn't know, never listened to. And suddenly I was a fan, still am today. Was listening to doo-wop music just this week. So that was Cruisin' 1150, but that was short-lived. Then I went on to what was initially Q103 in Denver, and it became 103.5 The Fox. Q103, that was what they called. It was a top 40. I don't know if they even use that format anymore or that phrase for current hits, and it was. The funny thing about it is that my radio name was Sonny Melendrez. Why? Somebody asked me, because I was trying to get a job there, that would I be okay with changing my name? And they wanted, Denver was in that phase of more and more Hispanic folks, and they wanted to attract. And I said, absolutely, whatever you want me to do. And for a little while, I was Sonny Melendrez on Q103, right, playing top 40 music. Well, while I was doing that, the station ownership, which I think was J-Core at the time, they transitioned to classic rock or classic hits at the time. So that's when it became 103.5 The Fox, and I became a jock full-time, doing nights and production at The Fox. And then that transitioned, the sister station to The Fox at the time, it was only 2 stations, was 850 KOA. The blowtorch, the 50,000 watt blowtorch, 850 KOA. I got to do some producing, some executive producing, which included the Broncos, the Rockies, at the time, the Denver Nuggets. That was before the Rockies, and then also University of Colorado football and basketball. And that was an incredibly awesome time in my radio career because I got to do a little bit of everything. Sometimes I was broadcasting, sometimes I was reporting. I got to do post-game interviews in the locker rooms with the Broncos and the Rockies. I got to, we were doing post-game shows on the weekends at Coors Field, and I got to produce those. So I was at virtually every weekend game at Coors Field for years, and that was an amazing, unbelievable time in my radio career, and I loved it. But eventually I ended up being the executive producer for Colorado's Morning News, the morning show. Back in that day, it was Steve Kelly and Gus Merkus and Carol McKinley and who else? Daryl Luby, and great cast of characters, #1 morning show in Denver. And I did that for years. Eventually, that's when April Zesbaugh, who was working in Wyoming Public Radio before that, ended up taking over for Gus Merkus and onto a 20-some year career as the morning show host on 850 KOA. But anyway, I got a commercial break here. I'll do that, and I'll come back and tell you a little bit more about my background and hopefully line up my 8 o'clock Zoom meeting call interview with Chris Verba, administrator with the Sheridan Community Land Trust. I think you'll find that an interesting conversation too. So stick with me. We'll be back here in just a moment or two. Let me get us lined up here for this commercial break. There it is. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network with your buddy Bags.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to. In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Well, 7:45 in the morning. What do you say we do a little Don Day weather? Let's get a forecast in there. Here's Don Day on Cowboy State Daily.
Well, we're going to wrap up the week with a windy, cool day across the Cowboy State. A couple of scattered snow showers will be found over Wyoming's mountain ranges. Otherwise, it's just going to be a typical windy March day. Average temperatures this time of year are right around the 40s to around 50 or so. And that's about where we're going to be. As we head into the weekend, temperatures will hold steady. The winds will be gusty as another Pacific front will come in during the day Saturday. Saturday is the day where there's a good chance of snow in the mountains. And during the day Saturday through early Saturday night, scattered rain and snow showers will be found across the plains. We're not expecting anything heavy, but shower activity, mountains and plains Saturday through Saturday evening likely. Will be windy and a little cooler on Sunday, but good news for you spring lovers. Temperatures will be rebounding and high pressure will move in for the start of next week.
There it is, and another error. Now, in my defense, my Rodecaster Pro mixer board here is just a little touchy. If I move around, it's going to set off the music. That's okay. I've already confessed that I'm kind of learning the ropes here on my first day, here on March 22nd, the Saturday 6A to 10A show with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, who you can reach at 307-278-9598 with a text or a call. Problem with that is I'm still adjusting to being able to get to those without throwing myself off the air. So bear with me. There's a learning curve here. Old dog, new tricks. Plus, I'm adjusting to the fact that you can see me. That is a new experience. I'm an old radio, I guess, veteran, right? But also, not used to having a camera on me throughout the show. I'll adjust. It's going to get better every week. And I do absolutely want to include my listeners and viewers in the show. So I would encourage folks to, now what you can do is shoot me an email, because then I can get to those and look at them here when I get into the next news break or whatever and see what you have to say. I'll check that out. That I can figure out because I have another computer over here. And that email address, which is assigned directly to me in the studio at wyomingbags307@gmail.com. So wyomingbags307, bags has 2 G's and an S, at gmail.com if you want to reach me, if you have some comments. Again, have mercy as I adjust from broadcast radio to digital streaming radio. So far feels okay. I'm finally starting to relax. I got up this morning, took a cold shower, and I felt like brand new, and was nervous about it, but I'm starting to feel a little bit better. If you've been with me for a little while, I was describing my background in broadcast radio, and I'm only doing that. I'm only going to do this here in the first show. I don't know if it lends any credibility to me in this business, at least. It certainly doesn't give me credibility in the digital streaming category, because this is the very first time I've done that. But I'm pretty impressed with the technology. I knew it was out there. I knew people were using it, but I wasn't. I've always been in a studio. So like my last gig, it was with Bighorn Mountain Radio, and I was doing a midday show here in Sheridan on the rock and roll station, 98.3 The Peak. And it was just the board that I used, the mixer board. You've seen that if you ever watch WKRP in Cincinnati, is literally that board it was that old. It was perfect for me because that's the one I grew up on. I had some of the studios that I worked at, but had plenty of experience with that board. That was the board at 98.3 The Peak here in Sheridan. And so it was an easy adjustment. Excuse me. There is a cough button over here. I just have to remember to use it. I'm going to use it. Hang on a second. It's nice to be able to spare you that noise in your ear. So anyway, Bighorn Mountain Radio came up here, moved back to Sheridan a little over 5 years ago when I was given the position of sales / market manager / DJ / news / everything. But I was so thankful, so blessed to be able to come back home to Sheridan. If you heard my introduction last hour, you heard me say I knew when I left here in 1984 on to Laramie with my radio career, I knew that I'd come back. And Denver, God bless Denver. I love Denver, but Denver outgrew me. Every day I had a minimum with no traffic, no weather, no accidents, 40 to 45-minute one-way commute to the Radio Taj Mahal, the iHeartMedia Center there in the Tech Center of Denver, from West Denver, Lakewood, where we lived. And I had that in traffic every day. And if weather hit or an accident along the way, I mean, I was listening to our own helicopter, the 850 KOA traffic copter, and I had like 5 different routes to get to work in case there was a wreck over here, or it snowed and somebody with bald tires from Southern California couldn't get up Hampden Avenue. It was sliding and blocking the road. I had multiple ways to get to work in the tech center. But that commute and among other things that were going on in Denver were driving me nuts. I felt like I had to get out. And I always wanted to come back to Sheridan. I groomed Deb. Here we go. Double quotations. Because I brought her up here, we'd go hiking, and the family had a cabin up here. We'd go horseback riding, and we spent like 90% of our time up in the mountain, very little time in town. But she loved it. She comes from a family that, loves horses and so on. And so for many, many years, as my boys were growing up, we'd come up and visit. And so eventually, thank you, Deborah, for agreeing to move with me back to Sheridan. My daily prayers still include thanking God for getting me back home here to God's country, back to Sheridan. So I went to work for Bighorn Mountain Radio Network here in town, which was owned by Legend Communications out of Cody. And that lasted for a little over 4 years. And then, well documented the saga, the drama of the ownership and some of the issues they had. I don't really want to get into it here. Maybe we will talk about it at some point. But, they had significant issues that eventually led to the stations, Bighorn Mountain radio stations here in Sheridan, shutting down. They're not operating right now that I know of. I could be in error. Somebody may have bought those licenses and have them back up, but they're not up at the moment, and it's sad. But it also, gave me an opportunity. I'm at that age where I'm thinking about retirement and those things, and I decided at that point that I wanted to do something different after 42 years of radio. And so now, so we had family friend up here, Jack Palliser, the late great Cactus Jack Palliser, may he rest in peace, and an old friend, family friend, Bruce Garber, convinced me that it was I'd make a good real estate agent, which remains to be seen if I'm good or not. I'm not breaking any land speed records, so I just got licensed in January, so I'm a little over a year. Man, I've learned a ton. I'm making a pretty good go of it too for being this new, and thank God it's because of Bruce and Rosemary Garber and about 10 different people, the current agents at Century 21 BHJ here in Sheridan, because I am driving somebody different every day, crazy with all the questions and help with research and so forth. So I'm forever grateful for them and their grace and patience with me, teaching me the ropes. But man, I've learned a ton. It's an old dog learning a new trick. But I've discovered that I love the freedom of being a real estate agent. What do I mean by that? Well, radio, I've been stuck in a studio or an office for 42 years. That's just the way it goes, at least with the old equipment. And real estate agent, part of my job, and pretty much every day at some point, I'm out looking at property. Some good, some not so good, some incredible, some amazing, like ranches and, multi-million-dollar homes and all the way down to cabins up in the mountains, going up to look at a property for sale or do like a virtual, FaceTime call to show somebody from out of town what a cabin looks like on Highway 16, driving up into Bighorns. Man, I love that freedom. I like being out and about. It's almost like I'm strutting around. Look at me. It's 11 o'clock on a Wednesday, and I'm walking around. I'm not in the office, and so I love it. And I have a ton of help. So if there's ever a time that you or somebody you know has a piece of property that they want to buy or sell, and you want my help, just know that I have a great team behind me. I've got a little over a year of experience under my belt. I don't consider myself a rookie anymore. I know how to do research. I know how to do the cost comparisons and market analysis, all of that stuff. And it's extremely interesting, and I love doing it. So feel free anytime to get a hold of me if I can help you in that capacity. All right, top of the hour. Let's do the news and weather, and we'll come back in a little bit here on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, March 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. A Rock Springs tow truck operator now hospitalized in Casper is just starting a weeks-long recovery after being hit by a pickup truck Wednesday on Interstate 80. Zach Crone is at Banner, Wyoming Medical Center waiting on future surgeries and next steps as he recovers. That's what his wife Elizabeth told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland in a Thursday phone interview.
He's had a kidney removed. So there's some gut problems along with other fractures, shatters, gashes that they're going to be dealing with for a while. But his wife, Elizabeth, agreed Thursday to update the public. And she also said, please, if you see operators or stalled vehicles or anything like that, slow down and move over.
On Wednesday morning outside Wamsutter, Zach had been offloading lumber from a commercial truck trailer onto a nearby flatbed after a wreck that had happened the night before. Zach pivoted from the lumber trailer to start walking toward his truck so he could retrieve more straps when a red Ford pickup hurtled down a slope, lost control, and smashed him between the truck and trailer. Expansion of the Spring Creek mine in southeast Montana was recently approved by federal regulators, offering on-the-ground evidence of the President Donald Trump administration's push to ramp up the mining and burning of coal. Between 2010 and 2019, the Federal Energy Information Administration reports that 290 coal-fired plants closed and more were scheduled to close. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that times have changed.
Here you have an administration that will be on their side in more cases, perhaps, when it comes to extracting coal from the ground and tying things up less with regulations. That's also what concerns activists like the one I interviewed in Montana. They're feeling some whiplash because there's definitely been a reversal.
Trump's executive order issued in January titled Unleashing American Energy directs agencies to roll back National Environmental Policy Act regulations and streamline permitting processes. Well, for at least one of the two teens accused in the bow and arrow ambush death of a 23-year-old Big Piney man, the death penalty is no longer on the table. 18-year-old Orion Schlesinger pleaded not guilty and not guilty by reason of mental illness at his Thursday arraignment in Sublette County District Court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Schlesinger is accused of conspiring to commit first-degree murder in the death of Dakota Farley on February 2nd.
The prosecutor, Clayton Milinkovich, said this is for a few reasons exacerbated by a death penalty case right now.
19-year-old Rowan Littauer is accused alongside Schlesinger with first-degree murder and mutilation of a dead body. Court documents say the two men, after a personal grievance with Farley, walked more than a mile to his house the night of February 1st, walked into his home, and shot him as he emerged from a back room. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Well, it doesn't get much farther from the bright lights of Hollywood or the glitz and out-to-be-seen star power of Sundance, but Cody, Wyoming wants to break in as a destination for film festival junkies. The first Yellowstone Film Festival will show 78 films at Bighorn Cinemas in Cody from March 21st through the 28th. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that dozens of feature films, animated shorts, documentaries, and other projects from local and international filmmakers will be screened.
There's some eye-raising titles like When Santa Was a Communist, which is a comedy drama film about a theater troupe touring through war-torn Bosnia with a Christmas production. The whole idea is it's independent films that people in Northwest Wyoming might not get exposed to easily, and now they're being presented on the big screen for these people to take in and experience.
Festival founder Jacob Graham knows it'll take years to get the event to where he wants it to go, but his team is determined to keep going. Their goal is to use the Yellowstone Film Festival to bring more films to the screen for a week while building momentum for more full-scale productions in the future. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
.806 on a Saturday with your buddy Bags. John Baggett, the Cowboy State Daily radio show on a Saturday morning. My new show, brand new, today, day one. It's I'll be here 6 to 10 on Saturdays, following Jake that does 6 to 10 on Fridays. Vicky Core doing the news, and Don Day doing the weather. It's going to be great. I did, a couple hours of kind of introducing myself and what I'm doing and what I want to do with this show. We'll talk about that a little bit more, too. But I also wanted to bring a guest on here, somebody that I do have a great deal of respect for. We've become friends over the years, and he manages at the Sheridan Community Land Trust. So, Chris, if you stand by here, I'm going to try to bring you up and share the screen with you, the Zoom room. Okay, let's see. I don't see him at the moment. Chris, can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine.
And I got to see if I can get you over here on the video. That's just nuts. Look at that. I think it's way over here off to the side.
Yeah, don't you just love how technology mostly works, but doesn't always make it easy for you to make it work?
Oh, it's terrible. I've already confessed to these listeners that I've got 42 years of radio, all of it in traditional broadcast media. So it's always been a big board, and very little of it is digital. But I have this here, and I'm going to move some things around to see if I can center you. Boy, if I hit share screen, I think I might be pulling you off. Let's see. Okay, I don't know what I've done here. So this handsome stallion is there, and I can see you.
Would I be Bill or would I be Ted if I'm one of the stallions?
Yeah.
I think that's the real question.
And so somehow there's a way to move you over, and I can't remember how to do that. So set up, okay, there we go. There's Chris. You're all set up on my screen, but I see the Cowboy State Daily. Can you see what I'm looking at where it's me, full face, big as life, and then I've got like a sliver of your video.
Ah, okay.
Do you see
I
that?
actually have a half screen of you and then a half screen of me. And you have the benefit of your camera is like fully in focus. The webcam on my laptop that is built in is like I'm a bit spectral in this. It's like the end of Return of the Jedi, quite frankly.
Well,
I'm up there with Anakin and Obi-Wan and Yoda.
Well, worse would be if I hit something the wrong way and you end up off. So like my wife is sending me the picture to see what it looks like from that perspective. Yeah. So it doesn't, it's me and your voice right now and very little of you. So somehow.
Well, that's all right.
Let's just talk about it.
I got the feed for radio anyway. It's okay.
Yeah.
Whether it's terrestrial-based radio or streaming radio live anytime, anywhere, any place like we are here on the Cowboy State Daily stream. I mean, I got the face for it, and it's one you don't need to see.
Oh, well, I'm moving things around a little bit here to see if that helps, but it hasn't yet. So if I know what's going to happen is either Jake or Scott or Brad, one of these technical wizards are going to be trying to text me going, here's what you're supposed to be doing. So like I said, I've confessed to my audience that this is all new. This is my first show. And as I was contemplating, well, what's going to be our topic? Maybe I should just describe you. I mean, I would just say, Brad Pitt with maybe a mixture of, I don't know, use your imagination, is Chris Verba. And Chris, what is your exact title over at Sheridan Community Land Trust?
Well, I tell you, I'm the Director of Marketing and Development is my title. And if you're going for celebrity comps, I've often gotten compared to Jack Black, at least in the basic physical build and facial build. Also, apparently one of the guys on Duck Dynasty, especially when my beard and hair were both a little longer, I got them trimmed up a little bit here about a month ago. This is the first trim in nearly a year on those. I can't say I don't know much about the Duck Dynasty guys outside of I don't know, they look like they crawled out of the swamp, and sometimes I do too.
You betcha. I say that's a pretty good description. I don't know if you noticed this, but your buddy Bags, I'm kind of doing the Chris Verba thing here with a beard. I'm letting it go.
Well, look, it was winter.
Right. I mean,
if you let the beard go in the winter, you save the chin and everything feels better. It's a necessity.
Well, it's been a long time since I've let my beard grow, so I'm going down the Chris Verba Avenue with a full-on Wyoming-looking beard, and we'll see how long that lasts. So far, the wife is pretty okay with it. So,
well, fall, spring has sprung, so give it about another month, and you'll actually have to trim it up because it'll get warm.
Absolutely. Well, which is one of the reasons I picked you. Thanks for that segue. With spring on the horizon, technically it is spring, although I think it's snowing and raining. We got a little mixture here in Sheridan right now. Where are you on God's green planet?
I am actually in Hoboken, New Jersey right now.
Oh, there's a chunk of paradise.
From my partner's apartment. We have the Empire State Building in the background. So, Cowboy State Daily listeners, don't hold that against me for the moment.
Hey.
Sometimes you just meet people that change your life, and then you figure out how you can do everything you're passionate about and putting them all together. And sometimes that means
Hoboken, New Jersey.
That's right.
I get
if y'all ever find yourself out here, get the mutts. on your Italian deli sandwiches. It is out of this world. And you know what? We have some very, very good pizza.
Which I would expect. If you can see the Empire State Building out of your living room window, you should be able to find good pizza. And you have to eat it right. I mean, I've gotten scolded by New Yorkers, and what do they call New Jersey people? New Jerseyans?
You know, I guess I don't know what the appropriate demonym for that would be.
I don't either.
But
New Jerseyites.
I just yeah, I mean, they're just Jersey folk, I guess. I'm not sure. I guess I can look into that.
Thank goodness you sound great, because this silly. I'm just going to. People are just tuning in, and recognize that I have a Zoom chat screen up that's supposed to have him. I can see you, Chris. So
okay.
If you're, rolling your eyes at me or giving me the middle finger, I can see that. Nobody else can.
Okay. Would you prefer if I began doing that?
Yeah.
I wouldn't blame you. Way,
I would not blame you. I think I was honest with you yesterday when I said that I'm launching a new show, 6 to 10 Saturday mornings on Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. And at some point, we're going to be expanding onto broadcast radio with some of the programming as well. But right now, what I do know is there's 90,000 plus subscribers to Cowboy State Daily. I get that news. I'm not saying listening to this show. Certainly not. And I certainly hope not with the this experiment that I'm doing this morning. But there's 90,000 subscribers. And so that's the access we'll have. Of course, that's statewide, and it can be international because it's streaming, and wherever you can get Wi-Fi, you can get Cowboy State Daily Radio. So I guess my point being is that eventually we can have listeners anywhere that we, where folks can get, digital and Wi-Fi. So I know that, and I say that because you're Sheridan Community Land Trust. And I mentioned that I am extremely impressed, have been, and I've told you this before, so it's not me blowing smoke up where. The putting together and the teaming of public and private land in order to access some of those beautiful places in God's country, that somehow, some way, I'd love to have been a fly on the wall on day one, the first, person, working for the land trust, talking to the first rancher about allowing the public access through their private land to see this beautiful valley or this beautiful vista. That impresses me. So do me a favor, and my audience, can you tell me where the genesis of Sheridan Community Land Trust comes from?
Yeah. So Sheridan Community Land Trust, or SCLT, as you may have heard of us, originated just about 20 years ago in 2006, in fact. And it was driven by a group of community volunteers who really love Sheridan County and wanted to make sure the best parts of Sheridan County were there going forward. So that is ensuring that we have open space because it is something that's absolutely beautiful and essential. It is what we identify as Wyoming, and why all of us who are in Wyoming wind up there, right? Either we're born there or we come there. It doesn't matter how you get there, but you identify with open space. And that open space so much is on private lands, and that's working ranches that feed families, produce fiber, and fuel our economy, right?
Right.
So on top of that, we work with local families to conserve their working ranches, and that conserves open space, wildlife habitat, and clean water for everybody. And so our actual first conservation project came shortly after that. And in this case, it was working with the Volunteers of America to conserve a parcel of land along Big Goose Creek south of Sheridan. Excuse me, I misspoke, along Little Goose Creek south of Sheridan. It's easy to turn the Goose Creeks around. But so that parcel of space is permanently conserved. And in this case, it is not open to public use. Some of the land we conserve, the owners want to have public access. And when they do, we love it too, because we want to help connect people with the land and history that's there. Now, that doesn't mean that land has to be open to public use. You know, you said you were curious to be a fly on the wall for those first conversations with that first family who conserved their land. And that second conservation easement was with John and Vanessa Bouyak up in the Tongue River Valley. In, you know, their longtime multi-generation family up in that valley cared deeply about agriculture and working lands, as well as conserving that land because they love the wildlife habitat. Their family opens up some of their land with game and fish to public hunting. It's a great place to go shoot your first antelope or get it with the bow. They also work with wildlands restoration. So they've done projects out there to improve the habitat on their land, which is important both from building resiliency as our weather gets less and less predictable and swings out to the extremes, right?
Right.
Now, as we just came through another really particularly rough fire season up in northern Wyoming, and, you know, of course, statewide, it was bad everywhere. You know, by being able to do projects like what SCLT will do, where we'll do wet meadow restoration projects. We'll also do invasive grasses management, as well as doing some other projects where we've looked at beaver dam analogs, or also just doing friendly fencing projects. All of that combined helps local landowners make their land more resilient to whatever Mother Nature brings us, while also helping conserve that land for the betterment of our community. It's really just a fantastic opportunity.
Well, in the I know you operate with a lot of volunteers, and I've 3 or 4 times been out on some of the projects, but also it is a 501c3, correct? It is
we sure
a
are
nonprofit. Yeah. So you know, talk about that a little bit, because one of the things I do want to do is be a resource to you guys. Again, confessing that I am very much impressed with what SCLT does. You know, folks that have kind of the same mindset that you and I have about access like this, let them know how they can make a donation if they'd like
well,
to.
that's really simple. You can go to our website, Sheridan CLT, like communitylandtrust.org, and we have a donate button right up there. I'm certainly not in a position to give y'all tax advice to any particular listener out there, but we are a 501c3. So your gift should be tax deductible. We'll certainly send you a tax statement. But more importantly, what your gift does is it inspires great work in our community, whether that's conserving lands and wildlife habitat. We also create outdoor opportunities, ways for people to connect with nature and the outdoors. Some of our signature projects are our community trail systems, like the Red Grade Trail system that continues to expand along the mountain. If you go up Red Grade Road, you know, it started a decade ago down at the base of the Bighorns right there, heading up the top of Red Grade Road, and it was initially In the first couple of years, about 6 miles of trail total, a little double loop that's open to mountain biking, hiking, walking. Of course, in the winter, you can snowshoe it. Sometimes people will cross-country ski it a little bit. Importantly, wildlife watching, plant peeping, bird watching. You can go up and do yoga. Really, about any way you want to connect with the outdoors, you can do. And over time, that system's expanded up on top of Red Grade. So we have a total of 5 trailheads up there. More than 20 miles of trail have been built, and there's still plans for about 6 more miles and 1 additional trailhead. And, you know, what's important is we're doing that gradually over time. And so we're continuing to be able to add on to this pre-planned trail system that came about through a whole lot of community involvement. There's also plans for an equestrian trail that will take you from the base of Red Grade all the way up to Bear Gulch on the mountain. If y'all are familiar with the Bighorns in the Red Grade area, it's right after you crest up the top and begin to make your way into the main part of the forest.
You bet.
And then we also have local trail systems down outside of Sheridan, the Soldier Ridge Trail
Chris,
system.
I'm going to do a break, and when we get back, I want to talk about some of those projects and some of that you have coming up. But I also want to do, if you have any, for folks who are listening in other parts of Wyoming, are there other equivalent organizations that do similar things? Because I want to at least give folks an idea if it's something that they want to get involved in wherever they are. Certainly here in Sheridan, we're going to encourage volunteerism, and we're going to talk about a specific event coming up here. But bear with me as I go from this format into a commercial break without cutting you off, hopefully, and being able to bring you back when the timing is right. So we'll be back in just a moment here on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Cowboy State Daily is all about Wyoming. Daily features include our popular sunrise photo of the day, our daily Darwin, Same Guys Dancing, and more. You'll enjoy our regular Wyoming life features, daily video newscasts and podcasts, and frequent opinion pieces from a carefully curated collection of the state's finest columnists. All of this in addition to the core mission, providing statewide news coverage in a clear, plain manner with up-to-the-minute breaking news when and where it happens. Cowboy State Daily's collective of reporters, photographers, videographers, and editors are dedicated to quality, unbiased daily journalism here in Wyoming. Find out why Cowboy State Daily is considered Wyoming's largest and most experienced newsroom. All it takes is one visit, cowboystatedaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff. like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pump. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
All right, made it back. It's 8:29 in the morning on a Saturday. Buddy Bags, John Baggett, Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Day one, our first show, my first show, Saturday mornings. We're going to be doing this now, so make plans to join me as often as you can. We will be talking about anything and everything that's of interest, news, weather, traffic, sports, all the above, here on Cowboy State Daily Radio Saturday edition with your buddy John Baggett. The number to the studio is 307-278-9598. That's for texting and phone calls. Then you've got an email address. Hope you use that today to give me your feedback. As I've asked before, be merciful with day one with brand new technology for your buddy Bags, the radio dinosaur. And that email is wyomingbags307@gmail.com. And Bags, by the way, has 2 G's and an S, in case you're wondering. So, my buddy Chris, he works in one of the administrators at Sheridan Community Land Trust, is one of the more interesting organizations I've found since I moved back here to Sheridan. Chris and I met almost 5 years ago now. Can you believe it's been that long, dude? Remember, I was brand new.
When you're having fun.
Yeah, absolutely. So, okay. So anyway, we were talking about some of the events that you have and some of the new trails, some of the repairs that are going on. I don't know if I let you finish that thought on that last trail you were describing that we're going to be doing here in the Sheridan area.
So like in that case, that's our Soldier Ridge Trail System, a place where I have gotten to see our buddy Bags sweat quite heavily helping get our Hidden Hoot Trail ready for the season. We always close it beginning April 1st for calving season. So it stays closed for about a month, and then SCLT, our SCL team plus community volunteers will go out at the start of May, smooth out some of the tracks. Sometimes it's harder than other years, depending on how wet that trail can be.
Yeah.
But as John said earlier, he's been out there. He's helped us get that trail ready. What's really cool about that trail in particular, it's right on the edge of Sheridan, and it's also on private land. So that's a case of that landowner understood the value of having open space accessible to our community and wanted to make sure that could happen. So they've allowed SCLT to develop trails on their land. And in fact, much of the land around there, though not all of it, is also permanently conserved so that it will be open to our community forever. And that is such an important thing as places like Sheridan, Wyoming continue to grow. It still helps keep with having an active ranching operation there. It keeps that history together. It keeps that connection to the land, and it keeps that land working and open, and still offers an ability for people to get out and enjoy it. We like to say that at Sheridan Community Land Trust, with our community trails, where it's easier than ever before to go from your front door to the outdoors.
Yeah.
And it's really a beautiful place out there.
Well, you mentioned the volunteering and so forth, and I love how many people do participate and who are out there. And so what I was, the next event, or I should say the next volunteer opportunity for folks is coming up. I know that we wanted to talk a little bit about the Big Goose Natural Area. There's a volunteer day coming up. Describe what's going on and what we're looking for and what we're trying to accomplish with that.
Yeah, so coming up this Wednesday on March 26th from 1 to 4 p.m., SCLT is inviting people out in our community to help us put some of the final touches on what we call the SCLT Big Goose Natural Area so that we can actually open it for the public. Just like today, we are taking the maiden flight on your program, John.
Yeah.
We are ready to take the maiden flight with the Big Goose Natural Area. So
here we go.
For listeners out there, y'all might not know what the Big Goose Natural Area is. It is about 117 acres of land that SCLT now owns out in the Big Goose Valley, a few miles outside of Sheridan. If you're familiar with the Kendrick Golf Course, we're out on the road that goes out there. We're on the opposite side of the road.
You're heading right towards the Bighorns. So
that's right. If you're heading out towards Becton, you can't miss us. If you're familiar with the area for a long time, you all may recall the old NSI campus that used to be out on the edge of Sheridan. A few years ago, our friends at the Homer and Mildred Scott Foundation had an incredible vision to secure the larger NSI property so that it could be used for the community good. So they've tried to create a nonprofit campus out there. So some of our other organization friends, Rooted in Wyoming and Science Kids in particular, Wyoming Wilderness has also had some offices out there. They all have some space out there, and Rooted in Wyoming and Science Kids, we've done quite a few programs with them in our space. SCLT last February moved out there and were able to secure 117 acres thanks to people in our community who have chosen to donate money to SCLT to be able to provide a protected public space for our community forever. What we are in the process of doing is opening that land to the public so that it is open to public access for the first time. What does that mean? There'll be about a mile section that people can fish. So there are brown trout and rainbow trout in that section of the stream. I can tell you firsthand, I've gone out there and caught them. There's also smallmouth bass. There are some rock bass in there, and there's some really cool little native species. I'm a big fan of the stone cat, which is this little tiny catfish species, about 5 or 6 inches long. You're probably not going to catch it, but I've observed them in there and got my hands on a few. They're really cool. You can go catch a ton of them in the Powder River, by the way.
Man.
At the same time, we're also opening that section to canoeing, paddling, kayaking access, so it'll be part of our Tongue River Water Trail. We hope to use that as a top-end connection to help people go further downstream through the Big Goose, through Sheridan, and all the way out to the Welch Ranch area out on the Decker Road. So that's also a ton of fun, right?
You bet.
It's also primarily working agricultural land. So we've partnered with the NRCS and Sheridan County Extension to work on invasive species removal and management out there. They're actually piloting an invasive grass study up on the rangeland of this area because we take our responsibility as stewards of the land very seriously. Our job is to work with landowners in the community, landowners, ranch managers, in order to be able to steward their land. So we believe it's important to steward our land just as well. We're also we're removing fences where we can.
Yeah,
and
I've
where
been
we
I've been
need
a
to
part
have
of that
fences.
too. I love that's part of your operation and your agenda is lands that don't need a fence and have old, rusted barbed wire laying on the ground and posts here and there. I've been out there with you and others, cleaning those up. So that's a big bravo from me.
Yeah, and like the cool part is in places where we do need to maintain fencing, we're switching it over to wildlife
Mhm.
friendly standards. And that's something community members like you have come out and helped with. We did one up on Soldier Ridge last summer. It was an absolutely gorgeous night. And for me, there was this just really neat moment as I was kind of trailing behind the group because they were moving pretty quick and I had my cameras with me. I was up on top of a little ridge and I could look down and here's about 12 of the volunteers all working to remove this old, very old barbed wire fence. And here's this mule deer doe standing right above them, looking down at them, seeing them literally make it easier for her to move across the landscape out there at Soldier Ridge. Like, how special is something like that?
Oh, no kidding. And the views, the vistas, it's
Mhm.
you're rewarded when you do come out and volunteer. So the next event, Wednesday, March 26th, from 1 to 4, you guys will be out there in the area along Big Goose, correct? That natural area.
Yep.
And
Yep.
from 1 to 4
It,
o'clock, do the folks who want to volunteer, do they need to bring anything? I know when I was out there, you had shovels, you had pickaxes, you had spades, hoes, and things like that. Should they bring anything, or just bring muscles and a good attitude?
Yeah, muscles and a good attitude are always helpful. Also, I just, wear work clothes, wear sturdy shoes, dress weather appropriately, bring a water bottle. What refreshments will be provided? What we're going to do is we are going to do a mix of working in some trail because we're actually opening trail uh, on the Big Goose Natural Area. Volunteers will also have an opportunity to help us put out a few signs and do a little bit of debris cleanup because we've just come through winter. So there's always something to get ready for after the snow begins to recede and goes away. And so SCLT team's working hard out there to get everything ready for the public to open, but we want folks to come in and help us. Uh, and that'll get it ready just a little bit sooner so that we can open it up for the community to enjoy. And of course, we're going to have a ton of events out there this summer. We're going to do a fun unplug birding program with our friends at Science Kids on May 22nd. A couple weeks before that, our conservation manager, or excuse me, our conservation director, John Graves, who he himself him and his wife own a bison ranch just east of Sheridan out in the Wyoming area. He'll be leading tours of the Big Goose Natural Area. And then coming up on Wednesday, June 25th, we are going to have what is now our second annual SCLT Backyard Barbecue.
Yeah, I'm in.
And yeah, exactly. It was a ton of fun. We had so many people there last year, even more than what we ever imagined possible. So we're adjusting how we do that. So if you were out there last year and it took just a little longer than you thought to get a burger that night, we're gonna have everything set up.
That's a
You
good
can get through
problem
that
to
line a little
have.
bit yeah, it was. It was.
You betcha.
It was like one of those really overwhelming things. The plan is to keep the food free, so come on out. We'll have sign-up details for that. We have some great co-title sponsors for that in Eliason Financial and First Federal Bank and Trust. So we appreciate their support in making a fun event like that possible. Tris Munsick's going to be playing with us again, so you can come out, see him on stage free, and enjoy a fantastic night on the land with us. It's a backyard barbecue. And I might have buried the lead on this. If you don't know where the Big Goose Natural Area is, our address is 14 Lane, Sheridan. Yeah. So Lane. I'm not just repeating myself. That is the name. But you can find all that information on our website. It's Sheridan CLT, like communitylandtrust.org. We have information for the Volunteer Day right there on the website. Click under the events tab. We'll have more information about some of our summer events coming soon. You can sign up for our e-news. There's a button to do that there. That'll let you stay up to date on all of the volunteer opportunities and all of the fun ways to connect with nature and the outdoors. Coming up on April 30th, we have a discovery session that is women's backcountry skills and trail running. So that's going to be a ton of fun.
Chris, let's take a quick break, and I do want to do a statewide view, and I do want you to finish what is coming up, what's on the agenda for SCLT this spring and summer. So hang on, bear with me. We'll do a quick break and come back and talk with Chris Verba. We'll be back on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
All right, it's your buddy Bags. John Baggett in the third hour of the Saturday morning Cowboy State Daily Radio Network show, the first Saturday show. And I decided a long time ago, one of the first guests that I would like to have on with me is Chris Verba from the Sheridan Community Land Trust, only because of my absolute respect for him and Brad and the rest of the team there at Sheridan Community Land Trust and what they do for the public, for us. So I'm getting back to the Zoom room here. I've got him on Zoom, and hopefully, see, this is, and I'm apologizing. I've been doing it every hour for the fact that your buddy Bags is brand new with this technology. I did confess to you, didn't I, Chris, that this was day one, show one? See, wait a minute. We might have done something.
So the important thing is,
can you see yourself
we're
now?
Building the plane. I've been able to see myself.
Well, I think you're on. I think you're on the stream now. I think we accidentally hit the right source here. Oh my God, I'm weepy with joy here. See what I tell you, people? Brad Pitt. I mean, it's as good looking as it gets. That face for radio thing we used to laugh about. Chris, I'm worried that I'm going to pick my nose or scratch inappropriately or do something that because people can see me for 4 hours, and that if I forget to turn the camera off or it's comical. It really is being this new. In fact, my wife, Deb, just sent me a text showing the fact that you and I are actually on together. How about that? Visually.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
Man. Who says you can't teach an old dog new tricks?
That's right.
I'll
that's
be
right.
juggling
Well, hey,
here any minute.
that's why we're both trying to learn, right?
You bet. Well, and like I said, one of the first guests that I brought on by design was you in regards to, especially this time of year. It is technically it's spring, although it's snowing outside right now here in Sheridan. I don't know what it's doing in Hoboken, New Jersey, but
it's sunny and 60.
Okay. Okay, all right.
Might go pick up a bagel after this.
Yeah, I bet. In a slice, a bagel and a slice. Yeah, gosh.
Bacon, egg, and cheese all the way. Salt, pepper, no ketchup.
So we were talking about, you had a couple other events coming up before we went to break. So if you don't mind, let's pick up there. Give us a couple more. Get us into at least the end of spring. And then I do want to talk about, because this is technically a national stream. Probably 80+% of our audience is Wyomingites. And so I did want to see what we have, if there's collaboration between you and other statewide organizations, or there are equivalent or similar organizations, because frankly, as far as I'm concerned, we are absolutely blessed here in Sheridan County to have the Sheridan Community Land Trust doing what you do and expanding and just giving us more and more access every day. So anything else going on? I think you got me into April.
Yeah. Well, so also in April, on Thursday, the 24th, is Herons at Home. It kicks off our Summer Unplugged series with our friends at Science Kids. We'll actually go out and look at herons as they begin to come back to the area and establish their rookery. There are a couple of well-known rookeries down in the South Park area and over by Sportsman's Warehouse. And so as the birds come in, we're going to let them figure out which of those two rookeries they're really going to spend the time in, and we'll go to that one and observe them. The Science Kids Executive Director is Julie Reeder. She is, as I like to say, avid about all things avies. She is a big birder, and actually that's what her research was in.
You said,
so she
you said birder, B-I-R-D-E-R?
Yes, birder.
I heard burger, like cheeseburger. She's a big burger.
That's one of them. That might be a Freudian sandwich.
It means it's time for breakfast. But yeah, go ahead.
That's right.
Trying to be funny, but not accomplishing it. Go ahead.
We also have Explore History programs. They are on the the second Tuesday of the month at the Hub in Sheridan. And then the third Tuesday of the month up at the Tongue River Valley Community Center in Dayton. So those are both coming up. April's program is a tribute to the life of the legendary George Ostrom. He would be the guy who designed the bucking bronco logo.
Steamboat.
So, yeah. So Kevin's done some research. He's our history program manager, Kevin Knapp. He'll be leading that discussion. Coming up in May, we're going to be doing early electricity in Sheridan County. So both of those programs are coming up. So you can go and find out more about them on our website at Sheridan CLT, like communitylandtrust.org, and go to the events tab. And of course, the Big Goose Natural Area Volunteer Day coming up this Wednesday, March 26th. From 1 to 4 p.m. out at the SCLT Big Goose Natural Area. Come on out. All of these events are free to attend. Big Goose Natural Area is located at 14 Lane Lane outside of Sheridan. Again, you'll find more information for that on our website.
Awesome. Now, again, people are hearing all this information about Sheridan County, Bighorn Mountain Country, and everything here. I am recognizing the fact that this is at minimum, a statewide stream and streaming radio show, and potentially, and obviously, because it's digital, it can be national. But statewide, are there equivalent organizations? So if somebody in Wheatland or Riverton wanted to get involved in something like this, what else is out there?
Well, so interestingly, yes, there are. That's the answer, right? So SCLT works in conservation. We work in outdoor recreation, and we also work in historic preservation, which I haven't talked too much about today. So we work in Sheridan County. We're a bit of a portmanteau in that we have a ton of different missions within our core work. So if you're interested in conservation, specifically working lands conservation, the Stock Growers Ag Land Trust is a fantastic organization who operates statewide and works with landowners and ranch managers here across Wyoming to conserve their open space, which is wildlife habitat, clean water, as well as working ranches. The Jackson Hole Land Trust is a fantastic organization that operates up in Teton County. And they also work, they've established a land trust over in the Cody area. So if you're in that area, they've been doing some fantastic work preserving and conserving more of the land there. The Nature Conservancy does fantastic work as well in the land conservation space. So all of those organizations, everybody has slightly different specific missions in how they go about conserving land, but they all share the same goal of conserving, we like to call it our beautiful Bighorn's backyard in Sheridan County, but our wild, wonderful Wyoming, right?
Absolutely.
On top of that, you have groups like Wyoming Pathways who do great work around the state, helping establish outdoor recreation trails. And there's a number of different trail building groups. There's another one down in Casper who have done fantastic work, both building those pathways along the North Platte River, as well as building recreation trails up on Casper Mountain. I know there's been some great work done down in the Laramie and Cheyenne areas as well.
So if one of our listeners, went to your website and there's probably a communications mechanism there, and they were to say, hey, is there a place that I can volunteer and contribute or whatever in one of those places? Is there a way to communicate and then maybe that can be shared with them if they have any questions? Or do you think is there a clearinghouse of that kind of information on a website somewhere?
If you're looking for specific places statewide, a great way to look at that from figuring out where like a great land trust is at, there's a national organization called the Land Trust Alliance that will help you find a land trust closest to you. An old Google search or a DuckDuckGo or whatever your preferred Browser searches will help get you to places. You can always email me and I'll help you too. My email is chris@sheridanclt.org. If you want to help with SCLT specifically, come to our website, hit the donate button, or click our Get Involved tab. And there you can sign up to volunteer and see our volunteer corner.
Well, you beat me to the punch.
Project coming up.
You beat me to the punch because that was going to be one more opportunity to ask folks to get involved and or to contribute. It's absolutely worthy of it. It is good people working together to give us access. I want to do a shout out here to the landowners, to the ranchers, farmers, landowners who are participating in this, because as much upside as there is to all of this, I'm sure there's some downside because humans are involved, right? And so the patience and the commitment to community and so forth to be involved and to donate some of their property to allow me and my dog and my beautiful wife out on some of these gorgeous, amazing trails is just, I mean, thank God for it and thank God for them and thank God for our volunteers, Chris. It's incredible. And I want to thank you. I know how dedicated you are to this because not only do you just, look good on a streaming video, but I see you out there too with a shovel and an axe and directing traffic more or less. So I want to encourage you and Brad. I haven't spoken to him in a while, but and the rest of your team there to high five to all of them. And thank you, buddy, for getting up here and taking a chance with me on day one on my Cowboy State Daily radio show here on Saturday mornings. Promise me you'll do this again, maybe as we get in the middle of spring when things are opening up and trails are open. Can we do it again?
I think that sounds like a fantastic idea.
All right, buddy. Well, hey, listen, God bless you. Appreciate your time. Take care in Hoboken and have a slice on me or a bagel and a schmear.
Yeah, all right. Thank you so much.
All right.
Our Buddy Bags.
Thanks, man. You take care. God bless.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, March 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Corr. The Byron woman who shot her 4 children, then herself last month, had both ketamine, a drug for post-traumatic stress disorder and depression, and clonazepam, an anti-anxiety drug, in her system. The Bighorn County Coroner's Office released relevant toxicology results and other details to Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland on Thursday regarding 32-year-old Tranielle Harshman's death.
I knew from talking to Tranielle Harshman's husband last month that there would be ketamine in her system, which can be used to treat post-traumatic stress disorder and depression. The other one, the anxiety med, I learned about this morning when the coroner's office got me basically an investigative summary. It's a list of things that coroners have to make public by law after they finish an investigation. Ketamine's dissociative, right? So it's been used so that soldiers who are wounded in battle can stay awake and rational while not processing their pain. Under its influence, people might remove themselves from the situation. And then the clonazepam, one of the warnings on it is if you have suicidal thoughts, contact your doctor.
Harshman suffered what has been described as a mental health break February 10th at her home in Byron. She shot her 4 daughters, then she shot herself. 3 of the girls died on scene, and another one died in a hospital in Utah 6 days later. One of the wolves that was transplanted from British Columbia, Canada to Colorado in January was killed Friday after apparently killing sheep on private property in north central Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that 5 adult sheep were killed, and after the wolf was removed from the population by USDA Wildlife Services, it was discovered that it had a collar from Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
So this wolf made quite a journey. It was brought in, captured in British Columbia, brought down to Colorado for reintroduction. At some point between January and Friday, made its way all the way up into north central Wyoming. If I could put a shout out over the newscast, Wendy, if you are the rancher who lost those sheep, please get in touch with us. I would love to talk to you and get your story.
Colorado wolf reintroduction began in late 2023 with the release of wolves brought in from Oregon. A spokesperson for CPW noted that wolves are known to travel long distances to find food or mates, including into other states. President Donald Trump signed an order Thursday to dismantle the U.S. Department of Education. Wyoming Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder was among a hand-picked group of state leaders in attendance. Trump told the crowd of attendees at his Thursday afternoon press conference that the executive order depletes the department as much as legally possible. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Trump has long promised to return education decision-making to the states, something Degenfelder has said she supports.
In her view, it's going to be the elimination of bureaucracy and red tape. And she takes Trump at his word when he says the states will still be receiving vital funding for things like special needs, disability services. She told me that she went not just to represent Wyoming, but also just to show that many of the states are in support of this.
Degenfelder said Trump is fulfilling his longtime campaign promise and recognizing a premise of efficiency and localized governance that the federal government has not acknowledged prior. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
A former Wyoming man who had moved to Alabama has been busted for illegally killing a deer 26 years after the fact and after dodging a bench warrant for 24 years. 53-year-old Kenny Craig was arrested in March 2024 on a bench warrant that had been issued in February of 2000. Some retired Wyoming game wardens told Outdoors reporter Mark Hines that sort of thing occasionally happens.
I reached out to a couple retired Wyoming game and fish wardens and said, oh yeah, that does happen. One guy said that in 1993, he saw a guy, ice fisherman, pulling a huge lake trout out of Flaming Gorge while his buddy filmed it, found out the guy had been fishing without a license, confiscated the videotape, took all that in as evidence, cited the guy, and he says, to this day, I still have that videotape. They never did find the guy because he skipped out.
However, Hines reports that there is no statute of limitations on game violations, so all those old warrants are still active. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
Well, we're going to wrap up the week with a windy, cool day across the Cowboy State. A couple of scattered snow showers will be found over Wyoming's mountain ranges. Otherwise, it's just going to be a typical windy March day. Average temperatures this time of year are right around the 40s to around 50 or so. And that's about where we're going to be. As we head into the weekend, temperatures will hold steady. The winds will be gusty as another Pacific front will come in during the day Saturday. Saturday is the day where there's a good chance of snow in the mountains. And during the day Saturday through early Saturday night, scattered rain and snow showers will be found across the plains. We're not expecting anything heavy, but shower activity, mountains and plains Saturday through Saturday evening likely, Will be windy and a little cooler on Sunday, but good news for you spring lovers. Temperatures will be rebounding and high pressure will move in for the start of next week.
Thank you, Dante. Sorry, I jumped on you with the music sounder there. It's a little touchy. I bump into it, it's going to go, but that's okay. Little music bed for Dante's weather. Right here in Sheridan right now, we've got some light snow in the area. Just kind of passed through a little bit at a time. It was raining initially, and maybe there's some light snow. It looks like it is snowing up on the Bighorns. And then where else, real quickly, did a couple of other places here, because this is a region-wide national digital radio streaming here on Cowboy State Daily with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, your host on Saturday mornings from 6 to 10. Thanking you for tuning in and putting up with my ineptitude with the technology and learning it as we go here. We're doing it together, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you very much. Appreciate you having your patience and a little grace for me. Right now, let's see, over in Wheatland, where another place I lived in, beautiful Wyoming. It is currently, the temperature in Wheatland is 35 degrees, mostly cloudy. Also in Gillette, right up the road here, about an hour and 15 minutes down the road, 40 degrees, partly cloudy. Come on, let's go to get down south a little bit here. Centennial, Wyoming, one of our favorite places in the world. 31 degrees under partly cloudy skies and windy. So they're having wind issues. There's a high wind warning for many parts of Wyoming. Fortunately, not too much wind up here in Sheridan at the moment. So again, thank you for tuning in for day one. Cowboy State Daily Radio. First show for John Baggett, and I've been on for 3 hours. This is my last hour, and I want to thank Chris Verba again. So we said, we'll talk for about a half an hour. We ended up talking the full hour about the Sheridan Community Land Trust, one of my favorite organizations here in Bighorn Mountain Country. And fortunately, he was able to give some information about other organizations similar to our wonderful Sheridan Community Land Trust, about how people can get out there and volunteer, how folks, landowners, the private and public sectors can come together to give access to the beautiful Wyoming landscapes, trail systems that we have, and building of new ones. And as we mentioned, there is a event coming up here on the 26th for volunteers here in Sheridan. Go to the Sheridan Community Land Trust website to get details. Okay. And once again, they do accept donations. Much appreciated. They go to a worthy cause, of course. Okay. So earlier in the show, I more or less introduced myself, probably ad nauseum for some of you, just who I am, why I'm here, how I got here, what my background is, which is primarily radio. So I've been media for 40-some years, and most of it in radio, broadcast radio, not digital streaming radio. So I'm adjusting to that. The equipment is different. The switchovers from, like Zoom calls where you can see me. There's a camera here in the studio that means you can see when I'm scratching inappropriately or picking my nose or doing something. I've got to be aware of that, and I'm working on it. So yeah, I just would ask for your grace and your patience with me as I adjust to this new equipment. I'm here in my studio. When I say my studio, I mean my office, our bedroom office that we converted into an office for Deb and I, and now a studio, a streaming studio. So you can see, like if you look around me here, I think these are our family photo albums. I think our wedding album is down here, and so we're gonna kind of adjust this room to be more receptive to a streaming radio show at some point. But I just wanted to get on the air today and stay on the air, and hopefully do a decent show, one that will at least tease you into coming back and joining me Saturday mornings from 6 to 10. It's 9:13, and one of the features, I think it's SOP, Standard Operating Procedure, for a weekend show, is a recap of the week in news and events and discussion. And so I do want to do that. I think it's worthy to kind of look back on a Saturday. And as I mentioned to listeners in my first hour, my preference is not to do a politically focused show on a Saturday, because it is Saturday and we get plenty of it during the week. My cohorts with the Cowboy State Daily radio network do a great job, and somewhere in there you're going to get plenty of news information and political views, etc. So it will become obvious at some point, probably, what my political leanings are, but that's not my goal. Is because I want listeners of all ilks and every end of the spectrum to listen, and I don't want to chase anybody away. But there'll be times, like I said, that it'll become obvious my leanings, and I don't apologize for that, but it's not my goal to push that out onto anyone. And also the fact that I've, in my ripe old age here, I transitioned into real estate. I'm a real estate agent now, licensed in all of the entire state of Wyoming. And it wouldn't be good business for me if I were chasing away somebody whose political views are different than mine. And I have family, very close family, immediate family, friends, co-workers, former associates who do see things politically like me, and plenty who don't. And I love them dearly and care about our relationship. So if you want to have, I do talk politics. I will, and I do have my positions, but I like to do it better, and I more prefer to do it face to face, because people that I love and care for, if they can see how I feel, they can see my expressions, they can hear the sincerity in my voice, versus a nasty text message or a nasty post on social media. They don't know my heart, and they won't see my heart unless they see me face to face, and we can have that conversation. But again, there'll be times when politics will be the elephant in the room, and sometimes that's going to pop up, especially here on this Saturday show, this hour's recap of the news. So let's get into it. Starting the Cowboy State Daily Saturday show here with your buddy Bags. And I've mentioned it's a work in progress. Things will develop. But I'm going to do this little recap at the end of the week on a Saturday. And again, as I've mentioned, it's the show, it won't be really hard news on Saturday mornings, but occasionally it will. So I'm going to start this recap, the first one, the week in review, so to speak, going back to the passing of Senator Alan Simpson. You're right. It's been more than a week. It was on the 16th when he passed. However, there's been a lot of reaction this past week, and I do have a personal story about Senator Simpson, one that I think is interesting and funny. It's funny too. So stay tuned. I'll get to that. But Senator Simpson will be lying in state, and I just found out recently they call it lying in honor, by the way. He'll be lying in honor in the rotunda at the state capitol in Cheyenne on Thursday, March 27th, so next Thursday. He'll be there his body will be there from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Friday the 28th from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. And by the way, Senator Simpson's lying in state, lying in honor, the Capitol is the first one since Treasurer Joe Meyer was lying in honor in 2012. Let me get a little sip here. I'm getting a little froggy. 3 hours plus of talk radio. Who's surprised? I'm out of shape. In more ways than one. Okay. So I said before, Senator Simpson, he's one of the giants of Wyoming politics, literally and figuratively, at 6'7", and one time power forward with the University of Wyoming Cowboys. I had the distinct pleasure of meeting him on a couple of occasions, but particularly one that I remember is meeting him at a Wyoming Cowboys basketball game at the AA. It was the Arena Auditorium was only open like a couple of years at this point. This is the mid-'80s, so it's like 86, 87 in there, and it was the Fennis Dembo era, if you recall. Fennis Dembo was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. The Pokes were really good, ranked nationally. They NIT tournament, and then followed by the Sweet 16, the NCAA tournament. I know Eric Lechner was on that team. John Smith from Denver, Turk Boyd. Oh, what was the point guard's name? I don't recall here at the moment, but made it to the Sweet 16. You remember that? That was incredible. Well, so here's the story. James Brown, he's the CBS Sports James Brown, not the Godfather of Soul. Hit me. No, not that guy. But CBS Sports is James Brown. Today, he's still at it. He was a young man then when we met in 86, I believe it was. Again, please bear with me. This is a memory of nearly 40 years ago. So there's going to be holes in this. Anyway, he's the current host of NFL Today, James Brown. And James Brown was sent to Laramie to do research on the Wyoming Cowboys, who were kind of the national Cinderella team in that time frame. And a lot of talk. They were beating very good teams. They were ranked. And I can remember they sent James Brown here to research, 7,200 feet above sea level, the highest Division I college campus in the U.S., and this incredibly good power forward named Fennis Dembo. And so he was here to do some research because there was an upcoming game that CBS Sports was going to broadcast. And again, this is a very young James Brown. Like I said, he's still at it. And I remember they hyped the elevation thing a lot. And at the time, I was working at KOWB in Laramie and part-time with the Kurt Gowdy Sports Radio Network in production. And somehow, some way, and I don't remember the details, I was asked to chaperone James Brown around Laramie and, collect some facts for him, information, color stuff. There's play-by-play and then there's color, but color things to mention about Laramie and about the region, about Wyoming. That was my job. And I don't remember who assigned it to me or why. I got to assume that everybody else was busy. And so that was the opportunity I was given. At the time, James Brown wasn't nearly the celebrity that he is now, by the way. He was kind of their young guy getting, sent to purgatory to cover the Wyoming Cowboys in Laramie, Wyoming. So he kind of drew this short straw too. So anyway, I'm going to get back to that. I do have a commercial break here. We'll get into it, and I'll tell you this funny story. I think it's funny. I hope you do too. About it. It involves Senator Alan Simpson. We'll be back after this break on the Wyoming Cowboy Radio Network.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal.
This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So untouchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary. Allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Good morning. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily radio show, the Saturday version with the new guy. He doesn't look new, but he's new to this. This is the Saturday edition from 6 to 10 every Saturday. I hope you can join me, and I hope you'll spread the word and tell people I'm doing this. And hopefully by next week, I'll have some of the technology down pat and don't make as many mistakes. But I wanted to get this show under my belt, introduce myself. My name is John Baggett. My friends call me Bags. And you can reach me in the studio. Now, I haven't brought any of these up yet, only because I have this concern about hitting the wrong button on this this computer program, and it'll knock me off the air. That's my fear. So, but you will be able to text me in the studio at 307-278-9598, 278-9598. That's text or call. And believe me, someday I'll be putting a caller up on the air when I can do it without cutting me off the air. I also have an exclusive email address that comes right into my studio at wyomingbags307 at gmail.com. wyomingbags307, that's bags with 2 G's and an S, at gmail.com. So, we'll be able to communicate. It's going to be a must as well, because nobody wants to listen to me drone on for 4 hours. Just telling you. And I do want to hear from you and what's going on in your neck of the woods. It's 35 degrees here in Sheridan. We have some light snow in the area. I do know that there's high wind warnings through the middle of the state. So if you're traveling through, be careful, especially high-profile vehicles. And so before I get back to my story about Senator Simpson, another sad story, the great George Foreman, former heavyweight champion of the world and Olympic gold medalist, George Foreman, has passed away at the age of 76. I don't have details other than he's passed away at 76 years old, but I do know that he went a long way from just being a pugilist, a boxer. He became a pastor or minister. Of course, he had the George Foreman grill. He did ringside commentary, color for hundreds of boxing matches. And he was known, I thought, for a wonderful sense of humor and just a gentle, giant disposition. It was hard to connect the boxer with his personality when you saw him being interviewed or out in public, because he seemed such a kind, gentle soul. But rest in peace to the great George Foreman. Okay, so back to my story. I'm with James Brown, the sportscaster from CBS Sports at the time. He's now the host of CBS, the NFL Today show. And both he and I were young, very young men back in 1986, when I think I'm accurate on at least the year. I cannot remember the game, who we were playing. I know that coming up, it was either UCLA or Louisville that we had coming up, and that's why CBS was doing research in Laramie on this team. I'm going to use my cough button here. Yeah, 3.5 hours of talk radio. I'm starting to lose my voice. So anyway, they sent him to Laramie, James Brown, to do some research, and I got the opportunity to be his chaperone, driving him around, pointing things out, talking about the elevation, talking about the fact that we were kind of the national underdog, and they were already very familiar with how good the Pokes were, with Fennis Dembo being the in the spotlight, Eric Lechner, Turk Boyd, and others. Great team. So I'm sitting with. So now it's game time, and we're at the AA, the Arena Auditorium. Just a couple years after it was built, it smelled brand new, and we're both sitting at the broadcast table, and behind us, within 10 feet, so like in the next row behind the broadcast booth, or the first row behind the broadcast table, I should say, is Senator Alan Simpson, Governor Ed Hirschler, Dick Cheney, and Kurt Gowdy. And I believe, and I'm not sure, but I think Pete Simpson, Senator Simpson's brother, was there with him, was there as well. And like I said, my memory's a little shaky, 40 years, they're coming up on 40 years ago, long time ago. So, and you know what, I wish I had at the time that I was able to take can you imagine that selfie picture with me and James Brown and Senator Simpson, Governor Hirschler, and I think he was our lone state congressman from Wyoming at the time, Dick Cheney, and the great, legendary, in my opinion, top 5 all-time play-by-play. Of course, I'm biased. I worked for him for a little while. And they're sitting behind me, behind us, and I wish that would have been a great selfie picture. I'll just get a little drink of water. That'll help. Oh, yeah. That's it. It's all better. We'll see. And anyway, the group is sitting behind us, behind the broadcast table, and these guys are acting like, I'm going to describe it as very typical Wyoming Cowboy fans. Rowdy is the kind word that I could use. Rowdy, raucous Wyoming Cowboy fans in a big game with a really good team, and they're making plenty of noise and not sounding like our legislature and politicians, just sounding like Wyoming fans behind us. And they're rowdy enough that James Brown, it gets his attention, right? And he's looking back and looking at that. He finally says to me, he says, who are those guys? And I said, well, that's our senator, that's our congressman, our governor, and that's Kurt Gowdy, who he did know who that was. You're not allowed in this business unless you know who Kurt Gowdy is. And like I said, he was definitely impressed. And in the game, the Pokes won and so on. And it was just after that, as everybody's leaving, I stood up and there they were. And they were leaning over the contingency, including Senator Simpson, saying hello. And I just turned around and stuck my hand out and shook his hand. And I said, nice to meet you, sir. And at that time, he was big time. I mean, there was a newscast where they were getting commentary from the conservative angle that didn't involve Alan Simpson. He was so witty, quick on his feet, and he had just that Wyoming isms. The only one I really can compare it to right now, and I do, is the senator from Louisiana, John Kennedy. With that down-home folksiness. Senator Simpson had that for Wyoming. And I was, and we were, and all of us have been very proud of him. And we thought he represented Wyoming very well. He was certainly Wyoming to the core. And so, that's my story of Alan Simpson, and so many people have others. They're endless, and I love hearing them. So rest in peace, Senator Simpson. Thank you for your service to this state and this country, and my condolences to all of those who loved and cared for Senator Alan Simpson, who by the way, will be lying in state. I think I mentioned earlier that he'll be lying in state on the 27th. Where is that? I put it down somewhere. Anyway, it's coming up this week, or this coming week. He'll be lying in state. I think it's Thursday and Friday at the state capitol in Cheyenne. In the rotunda, and lying in honor, they call it. So, maybe you have some stories too you wanted to share with me. Go ahead and email those, wyomingbags307@gmail.com. So we're in the recap portion of my show, a look back at the week that was here on Cowboy State Daily. And the other news here, the Wyoming Department of Transportation says it will take months to repair the Green River Tunnel on westbound Interstate 80, and hopes are to have it open by next winter. Wow. Of course, 3 people killed in that tragedy, and lots more injured, and what a mess. I mean, if I could, and I will learn how to do that, I bring up the pictures to show you what that looks like in that tunnel, or looked like. What a disastrous, what a nightmare for so many people. But that's not going to be fixed until winter. Anyway, it was announced too in another story that, and I'm a little bit bummed about this. It was announced that Chris Ledoux Days in Casey, Wyoming is ending, because we've been there and enjoyed it so much. My wife and I and friends have rendezvoused there and had such a great time. I'm kind of disappointed that this 15th and final edition will be this June 13th through the 14th, and then that's it. They're not going to be holding the Chris Ledoux Days in KC anymore, I guess. They're going to go out with a bang, though. Kip Attaway is going to perform there. The Sawyer Brown Band, I've seen them a few times in concert. They're fantastic. I'm a big fan. And they'll be joining Chris Ledoux's son, Ned Ledoux. If you've never seen him perform, he's an absolute talent in his own right. But they'll be performing at the final festival June 13th to 14th in Casey, Wyoming. Of course, there's the rodeo portion of it as well. Great roping events and bareback and saddle bronc riding. I love rodeo. I'm a big rodeo fan. Rarely, if ever, miss it. If it's anywhere close, I'll go watch rodeo. What time we have here? It's 9:39. I've got a commercial break coming up here, but I will touch on this one a little bit. The federal government shutdown was avoided. There was enough Democrats that went along with Republicans in a raucous session to pass the spending measure and avoid a shutdown. Of course, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer of New York absorbing a lot of grief, a lot of pushback for his, support of it. And there's lots of calls for him to step down as Senate Minority Leader by many fellow Democrats over that voting or for over voting for that bill. So we'll see. We'll follow through with that story. There's more to come. I can tell you that. So let's get into this break here. We'll come back with more of our week in review here on the Wyoming it's Cowboy State Daily Radio. Well, I keep wanting to say Wyoming Cowboys now. It's the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network, and it's John Baggett, the Saturday host from 6 to 10 on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal.
This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment. Especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
I am so easily distracted. Do a shout out to Jimmy Orr, Jake Nichols, let's see, Scott Anderson, and all these people who've helped me get this radio show onto the stream. It's been an adventure. Mistakes here and there. I mentioned before, this is the first one, and the technology is new and different, but I'm adjusting as we go here and getting better, I think. Little dead air spots, and sometimes I hit the wrong button, but hopefully you'll have some grace for me and decide to join me every Saturday morning here on Cowboy State Daily Radio, the Saturday morning version. I can tell that I'm out of shape in more ways than one. My voice too, because I can feel it getting a little froggy here. And maybe you can hear it, but this is coming up on 4 hours of talk radio. Come on, man. I'm trying. Hey, so anyway, here we are. John Baggett, your buddy Bags, as a lot of people call me Bags. I'm here in Sheridan, Wyoming, in the bedroom office studio at my house. And we're, it's about 40 degrees now. Sun just came out, so the weather's moved on. Had a little bit of snow this morning, and we'll do a Don Day weather here coming up. He'll fill you in on the rest of the state. But that's what's going on here in Bighorn Mountain Country. And I do have ways for you to communicate with me here in the studio. Write this number down, because after today, I'm going to be studying how to get my texts and phone calls up on the air from you. 307-278-9598 is a text and phone line into the studio. And then we have an email address dedicated to this show, wyomingbags307@gmail.com. And as I've mentioned before, primarily my background is broadcast radio, the old-fashioned kind, adjusting to the digital streaming format that we're doing here and now today. And so we've had a great 3 hours. It's actually gone by pretty fast. My voice doesn't think so, but I had a great guest with Chris Verba from the Sheridan Community Land Trust. We talked about open space and access that private landowners and public lands have for the public to use, and so on. It was a good conversation, and hopefully you learned a lot. And we'll have Chris on again. And the plan is to have many more guests, interesting people, primarily in the lifestyles category, sports and music and entertainment, because it is a Saturday show, and we've got plenty of politics during the week with virtually every other media outlet. So this one will not focus in that arena, even though there'll be times when it'll be politics will be the elephant in the room, and we'll need to at least touch on it. And so, for example, right now we're in this segment, the Week in Review. or the weekly recap. I'm not sure what I'm going to call it yet. I want to come up with something clever. But for right now, it's the Weekend Review here on Saturday morning with your buddy Bags. Here's my favorite story of the Weekend Review. It is the Wyoming Wombat lady story. I don't know. She's the Wyoming-based social media influencer who set off an international outrage, firestorm, whatever you want to call it, after reportedly grabbing a baby wombat, carrying it around. Remember, if you've seen the video of her running around with it, holding it out in front of her. And it was just, I don't know, just the visual was hilarious. But her real name is Samantha Strabel, although I think she does go by, have like a stage name online, Sam Jones. And a lot of anger directed towards her from the people of Australia, probably some others here too. But what it reminded me of is prairie dogs. So the equivalent that I would make, she says that wombats are basically treated as pests in Australia. Rodents, I think they are rodents, like prairie dogs. And here in Wyoming, we have generally, now there are a lot of folks who like prairie dogs too here in Wyoming, but generally we see them as pests. We see the damage they can do to a pasture or corrals or, just a beautiful vista with a bunch of pock marks all over it. And they're prolific. It grows and grows, and they reproduce very rapidly. But anyway, here in Wyoming, typically people look at them as pests, and they're eradicated in many cases. And because it's funny to me, because I spent 32 years in Denver, or the Denver area, and there are people there who feel about prairie dogs the way that some folks in Australia feel about the wombats. It's a hands-off situation. How dare you even consider eradicating or, exterminating prairie dogs in some areas? And they've taken over, and there's some places that are just overrun with prairie dogs because of that attitude that it's a hands-off situation, and people just get completely up in arms over it. And anyway, so that story jumped out at me. It made me chuckle. I feel for her. At the same time, if I'm in a foreign country, I am uber careful about what I'm doing. I just don't want to draw too much attention to myself, believe it or not, and just follow the rules. And I would think that running around, jumping out of a vehicle and running up and grabbing a wombat and then holding it up for the camera, that's somewhere in the back of your psyche, you'd go, maybe not. Okay, well, I've got one last break here, and we'll do that, and we'll finish up my weekend review, or the weekly recap, or the Bags Looks Behind, or something, when we get back here on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Breathe.
love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bag, Saturday morning, 6 to 10. Yep, this will be a regular thing, ladies and gentlemen, so keep it on there. I know you're listening to Jake weekdays from 6 to 10, so, line it up. I mean, if you can put up with me, we're going to have a lot of fun on this Saturday show. It really is, a great chance to kind of lighten things up a little bit, do some fun, entertainment-oriented, lots of Wyoming regional sports I want to take a look at, as well as some of the national stories. We will cover, some of the news and do a recap each week like I am right now. And I told you about the Wyoming Wombat lady is my favorite story. But the other one that was big and huge was the, it's not, it's real life. It's not sci-fi. Is the SpaceX Dragon rescue mission of astronauts who were, stranded in space for 9 months. Astronauts Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, they were on the space station since June of last year, and originally I believe the mission was 8 days. It was supposed to be 8 days, and they ended up being there for 9 months, and that drama with the visuals. Now, I got to tell you, the hair of Suni, astronaut Williams, I wondered why nobody gave her a rubber band or a hat or, whatever, but she'd make it a statement, I guess. But Deb and I, my beautiful Deb and I, we dressed for Halloween, this past Halloween, as the stranded astronauts. And I dressed in a spacesuit similar, kind of looked like what they wore when you saw them coming in for the landing, the splashdown. And the cool part of mine was I had a lanyard, like with NASA or SpaceX information on it, identification. And I took a wire clothes hanger and I put it around my neck. You couldn't see it. And put it in there so it looked like the lanyard was floating. Okay, so floating in space. Deb, she had her hair, so she put a piece of cardboard behind it, but she plastered her hair, her real hair, backwards and sprayed it like with significant hairspray so that it would stick. You couldn't see the cardboard. You just could see her hair flared out. And of course, she's wearing an astronaut suit as well. And it was a big hit. We were the stranded astronauts, and it was hilarious. And again, when I figure things out here technically, I'll be able to pop those pictures up on the screen, because look at this. We're doing talk radio with a camera, and so if I pick my nose or scratch inappropriately, you guys are going to see all that. So anyway, that the story of the splashdown and the return of the stranded astronauts was also one of my stories that I was drawn to, and so what I wanted to say, the coolest part of that was the pod of dolphins. I don't know if they were dolphins or porpoises. I know they're similar, but they're not the same. So they're this splashdown happens, and you could see the rescue boats coming towards it, and all of a sudden there's a pod, I don't know, 20 or so dolphins swimming around the capsule. Even as the rescue workers were opening, or not opening the hatch, they didn't do that till they got on the ship, but putting the harness around it and making sure everything was okay, etc. Didn't scare those dolphins away. It was like to me, it was seeing incredible state-of-the-art technology and then very basic animal instincts, which was the curiosity of these dolphins to see what was going on. That's what I took from it, and it really literally blew me away. I was so impressed, and I thought about it for days afterward. Of course, the splashdown, the rescue, that technology, and all that was very impressive. But for me, that was symbolic, and I don't know exactly how it was symbolic, but it was something that I won't forget. I think that'll be something decades from now, they'll look back on our advancements in space and show the images of those dolphins swimming around the capsule after splashdown. Well, look at this. It's 9:59. Boop. It just flipped over to 10 o'clock. That means I'm done. I just did 4 hours of talk radio. I can hear it in my voice. I don't know if you can. But much appreciated for giving me this opportunity. All involved at Cowboy State Daily. Thank you for doing this. I'll be doing this on Saturday mornings from 6 to 10. And I'm inviting you. I would love for you to join me and to be a part of this every Saturday morning from 6 to 10. My name is John Baggett, and I just want to say again, thank you for letting me be a part of your Saturday morning. You have a great weekend. God bless.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more